page.
Well, I'm waiting for that.
Yeah.
I sent him an email
But he was gonna
today.
send it this.
I sent him an email
Yeah.
as a reminder today.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how we doing? So get sworn in,
For what?
the zoning board, I wanted to wait or something.
Oh, we're interviewing you this evening.
At 6 o'clock?
Yes, have a seat.
Start our meeting.
We have to start our meeting and then we'll call you in, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
I have, still to send the email itself, but I'm sending it either tonight or tomorrow to the HOA in my neighborhood, and there's another HOA across from the community center,
Oh, I do like.
and the general email list I have for District 2.
Yeah, I sent you my general email list. I sent it out twice now.
We didn't have jurisdiction.
Still
I saw you right
keep
there.
bringing questions.
Like
One.
Anyway.
That's right, in minutes. Mr. Doig, we're going to be starting our meeting. Then we're going to go into executive session. And then we'll call you into the back room. It'll only be like a 10-minute interview. We just do short interviews. And we'll be appointing in August. Okay? Thank you.
My handwriting.
Cody, are you almost set?
Yes, all set. It's all live.
Okay, thank you. Okay, all set? Okay. Good evening. This meeting of the Coventry Town Council will now come to order at 6 p.m. Roll call, Ms. Ludwig,
Here.
Mr. LeBlanc,
Here.
Mrs. Lima,
Here.
Mrs. Shockley,
Here.
Mrs. Dickson here. The motion, Ms. Ludwig, please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance and then give the emergency evacuation plan. Please stand.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible with liberty and justice for all.
You may be seated.
The emergency exits are behind the audience to the left.
Thank you. May I have a motion to go into executive session at 6:01 for the following? For Rhode Island General Law 42465A12, close pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 42465A1, discussions of job performance, character, physical and mental health of a person or persons, specifically for the council to discuss candidates for the following board openings: Friends of Human Services, Zoning Board of Review, and Conservation Commission. And number 2, consideration of whether to oppose request of Coutu family members requesting the town to agree to a judgment clearing title to property located at 135 Hill Street in Coventry, Plat 103, Lot 44, under Article 8 of the last will and testament of Ernest Coutu, an action to be filed in Kent County Superior Court, Coutu and others versus the Town of Coventry. Closed pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 42465A2, sessions pertaining to collective bargaining or litigation, or work sessions pertaining to collective bargaining or litigation. And number 3, closed pursuant to Rhode Island General Laws 42465A2, sessions pertaining to collective bargaining or litigation, specifically to discuss the status of the Center of New England receivership matters, captioned Nicholas E. Cambio, trustee and others, versus Commerce Park Realty, LLC and others, PM 13-0350, and the receiver for the Commerce Park Realty, LLC and others, versus Commerce Park Management, LLC, PB 13-5001, with the town solicitor. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. 5 yeas, no nays, the motion passes. And we're going to now,
We didn't vote. There's a motion and a second.
oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Ludwig,
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc,
Yes.
Mrs. Lima,
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley,
Yes.
Mrs. Dickson, 5 yeas, no nays, the motion passes. We are now adjourning into executive session. Mr. Diog, we will call you in 1 minute.
Do you know what antiques and symbols? Is that required by law?
I used to do it.
But where does she send them?
They're supposed to be bound. Sealed until the vote of the council seals them. For years, but she wanted to do it. It's just a renewing of. Yeah, they're not official. They never voted. When I took it, I just. Years and years. That's yeah. Because
That belongs to not me as a mom. More.
no, you're not taking a position on it. I think you should. You might. You both said. Cut it.
I don't think it. I don't think, oh, actually, two people. We didn't. I think we did. Sure, I think we did. Doesn't
So
it
then
say
I
that?
say down, oh, we advertised it on the agenda, but I'm saying the seating arrangement.
Sorry, I'm just stealing the.
Oh, I can go sit down below.
Yeah, so.
Yeah.
No.
I never.
I mean, you see this guy.
She go on a vacation or just staycation?
No, it was a clerk day.
It was a.
Clerk.
Oh, like a learning opportunity?
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah.
Here it is.
Bodie, are you ready to begin?
Yes, all set.
Thank you. Members of the public, that the town council met in executive session for the following, closed pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 42465A1, discussions of job performance, character, physical and mental health of a person or persons, specifically for the council to discuss candidates for the following boards: Friends of Human Services, Zoning Board of Review, Conservation Commission. One interview took place. Two of the interviewees did not attend, so we were only able to interview one person. No votes were taken. Secondly, consideration on whether to oppose request of Coutu family members requesting the town to agree to judgment clearing title to property located at 135 Hill Street in Coventry, Plat 103, Lot 44, under Article 8 of the last will and testament of Ernest Coutu, an action to be filed in Kent County Superior Court, Coutu and others versus the Town of Coventry. closed pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 42465A2, sessions pertaining to collective bargaining or litigation, or work sessions pertaining to collective bargaining or litigation. This is our reference pages 10 to 30 in our packet. In consideration of this item, a discussion took place. No votes were taken. A vote may take place during the public session tonight. Number 3, closed pursuant to Rhode Island General Laws 42465A2, sessions pertaining to collective bargaining or litigation, specifically to discuss the status of the Center of New England receivership matters, captioned Nicholas E. Cambio, trustee, and others versus Commerce Park Realty LLC and others, PM 13-0350, and the receiver for the Commerce Park Realty LLC and others versus Commerce Park Management LLC, PB 13-5001 with the town solicitor. In consideration of this item, a discussion took place. No votes were taken. May I have a motion and a second to adjourn from executive session?
So moved.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Thank you. Roll call. Ms. Ludwig?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mrs. Dickson, yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. May I have a motion to seal the minutes of the executive session?
So moved.
May I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Roll call vote. Ms. Ludwig?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mrs. Dickson? Yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. Agenda D, public comment. If you wish to speak, please raise your hand. I will recognize you and you may come forward to the podium. State your name and address. And if you are on Zoom, please raise your hand in the chat and the IT administrator will let you in. Please state your name and address. Is there anyone who is in here in the session right now who would like to make a public comment? Yes, please come forward. Your name and address, please.
Sarah Richmond, and I live at 10 Trestle Bridge. I come to the council regarding the processing of mulch at Stubbly Tree Service at 11 Sewer Road. As you know, this is not a permitted use. They do not have a site development plan or a special use permit. Their use of industrial grinders on less than 1 acre with abutting residential properties, public road, and sidewalk is public safety issue and private and public uses.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Can you turn on that microphone?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
The zoning department's lack of oversight and negligence and Stubbly Tree Services' lack of due diligence to finish the site development plan and attain a special use permit has denied the abutting property owners their right to due process. It is in my opinion that the zoning department's refusal to issue any new violation is not grounds for the allowance of the continued processing of mulch. The zoning department and the town of Coventry have set precedent in the past with their actions against similar companies with an almost identical geographical location. In 1998, Mike's Tree Service of 17 Reservoir Road was issued a cease and desist order until a site development plan and special use permit approval were granted. In 2008, zoning issued a cease and desist order to a Gibson Hill property owner for not having a site development plan. In 2013, zoning issued Studley a cease and desist order on a Flat River Road property for not having a site development plan. The zoning department's refusal to issue a cease and desist order until a site development plan and special use permit are approved does not follow the precedent that the town of Coventry has already set. I'm asking for the use of all industrial grinders on the property to cease until industrial standards testing for sound, vibration, odor, dust, and emissions is shown to be within the acceptable standards. And the company has received approval for a special use permit and also their site development plan. On July 20th, the Coventry Police performed a 20-minute sound test and issued a municipal violation for the noise created by the grinder being well over 65 decibels. In closing, I was told by the town manager that any action the town took against the unpermitted mulch facility would likely cause legal action by the owner and the town would need to defend itself. I cannot let it go unsaid, but the town should be prepared to legally defend its inaction for knowingly allowing 11 years of unpermitted operations that are a private nuisance, and public safety issue, which again does not align with the precedent the town has already set. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Is there anyone else who would like to make a public comment this evening? Is there anyone on chat who would like to make a public comment?
There are
I
currently no hands raised.
No hands raised, and no one else in the public session. Okay, thank you. Next, Town Council meeting, Agenda E. Certificate of recognition for Coventry Parks and Recreation Department. Mrs. Hillary Lima will read the resolution. Mrs. Lima.
Thank you. Are there any members of the Parks and Rec team here tonight? I know that Raina was ill.
No, unfortunately, the director's been terribly sick, all last week and continuing today.
Okay. I'll read the resolution. Recognizing July 2022 as Parks and Recreation Month in the Town of Coventry. Whereas Parks and Recreation is an integral part of communities throughout this country, including the Town of Coventry. And whereas Parks and Recreation promotes health and wellness, improving the physical and mental health of people who live near parks. And whereas Parks and Recreation promotes time spent outdoors, which positively impacts mental health by increasing cognitive performance and well-being. And whereas Parks and Recreation encourages physical activities by providing space for popular sports, hiking trails, swimming, and many other activities designed to promote active lifestyles. And whereas Parks and Recreation programming and education activities such as out-of-school time programming, youth sports, and environmental education are critical to childhood development. And whereas Parks and Recreation increases a community's economic prosperity through increased property values, expansion of the local tax base, increased tourism, the attraction and retention of businesses, and crime reduction. And whereas Parks and Recreation is fundamental to creating a sense of community. And whereas the Coventry Parks and Recreation Department specifically has persevered through the COVID-19 years, seeing through a 33% increase in paid program registrations, 63% increase in revenue from paid registration fees, and an approximately 133% increase in attendance at community-wide events, such as the Summer Entertainment Series, Halloween, and holiday events from fiscal year 2021 to fiscal year 2022. And whereas these metrics were achieved with a drastically cut budget and smaller than usual staff count, all while maintaining town parks and recreation facilities and properties for community use and enjoyment. And whereas the U.S. House of Representatives has designated July as Parks and Recreation Month, and whereas the Town of Coventry recognizes the benefits derived from parks and recreation resources. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Town Council of the Town of Coventry that July is recognized as Park and Recreation Month in the Town of Coventry. In testimony whereof, and on behalf of the Honorable Town Council, I have hereunto set my hand and cause the seal of the town to be affixed this 25th day of July 2022. I just wanted to say thank you to our Parks and Recreation staff for their hard work in recognition of July, which is nationally recognized as Parks and Recreation Month, and recognize the value that their services and facilities and their contributions to our community provide. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Mrs. Lima initiated this recognition, and it's a well-deserved recognition for our Department of Parks and Recreation. I'm hoping Ms. Blumenthal is on chat with us. If not, please do listen to the accolades that your department has received by watching the YouTube video. Thank you. Second, presentation by the Computer Generated Imagery Video Marketing for the Town of Coventry. Mr. Marchant, would you please provide the council and the public with your presentation?
Certainly. I'm pleased to introduce Ms. Nicole Rango of CGI. And her firm is a marketing firm that produces community videos featuring communities and helping the communities to promote themselves for business, recreation, leisure, community, civic pride, and the like. And she is with us tonight on Zoom. And I will invite her to share her presentation and give the council a quick overview. This was previously reviewed with the Town of Coventry's Economic Development Commission. One of the highlights to this feature is that this service comes at no cost to the town. And these are videos that they will produce for the town. They're high quality. We can put them on the website and use them for promotions however we like. And they do ask for the town's participation in allowing them to market their services for a cost to local businesses. However, participation of businesses is not contingent on the town's deal. They will still do the deal for the town. So win-win, no lose. And I'll let Nicole speak to the details, and I'm sure she'll welcome any questions you have.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that introduction, Ben. And thank you everyone for having me here. I won't take up too much of your time, but yes, just to reiterate what
Excuse
Ben
me,
said.
I'm sorry. Mr. Horton, can you please get our speaker so that we can see full screen for her? Excellent, thank you.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you. And yes, our programs are free. We work with communities all across the country of all different sizes and demographics to help them better tell their story. And we fully produce not just one, but a series of videos for the communities we partner with from start to finish. We do the script writing, production, editing, background music. Everything is emailed back and forth for approval. So you do have final editorial control, I should say, on the content that we produce. And then how we offset the cost of the program is also how we incorporate your local business community, because this becomes an opportunity to showcase and promote both private and public entities of the community. And I'll just do a quick screen share because we've got quite a few partners on board throughout the state, Narragansett, Smithfield, North Providence. And I'm going to pull up here if I can. Smith. So this is their actual website homepage, and you'll see the video tour that we provided for them. So the video tour that we produce, we then send you a link that you copy and paste onto your website, social media outlets, any other website that aids in the promotion of the community as well. And you can see.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, we're not seeing your screen. We're not seeing any screen sharing.
Cody, it is showing up on the mirrored screen, but not on the main screen.
I see that. 1 second. Nicole, can you turn off your screen sharing and then re-enable it?
And then
please?
reshare. Yeah, stop share. And I'll try it again. Screen share, share. How about now?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Huzzah.
Did that work?
Yes, it did. Thank you.
Okay, fantastic. So what you're looking at here and what we're proposing for you is something very similar to what you're looking at here. This is what we did for Portsmouth, and we produced their video tour here on the left-hand side. You'll see the different topic highlight videos that they chose. And I'll click on this welcome introductory piece here. And if someone from the community wants to appear in this video, they can do so. If not, it can just be a general overview. So when I click on that.
Welcome to Portsmouth, Rhode Island, where our lifestyle, amenities, and serene beauty are among the best. If you're looking for a picturesque coastal town, look no further than Portsmouth. Spread out over several major islands, Portsmouth encompasses nearly 60 miles of shoreline and boasts a progressive farmland preservation program to maintain its classic charm. Our exceptional police department and emergency services support a safe community with a very low crime rate. We offer one of the top public school systems in the state and world-class private education alternatives. There's a wide array of athletic, arts, and cultural opportunities for all ages to enjoy. This all contributes to an exceptionally high community quality. Portsmouth's economy remains strong thanks to growing high-tech marine and defense industries. We're conveniently located with nearby access to New England's best attractions, winter skiing to the north, Cape Cod to the east, historic Newport just a few minutes south, and beaches all around. More than 17,000 residents enjoy the high quality of life this coastal town provides. See for yourself why Portsmouth is one of the most beautiful towns in New England.
Okay, so you just saw an introductory piece, and very similar to that, we would produce that content for you that helps you to better tell your story. And then around the perimeter, this is where the businesses within your community can also get involved. If they would like to participate, we can produce content for them that helps them to elevate their online presence as well. So they can get involved through sponsorships. We reach out to the businesses. That's on us to do so. If they participate, fantastic. That is where our revenue stream comes from. I will click on an example here. just to show you.
Founded by my family in 18.
And I'll mute that. But what you're looking at here is a video that we produced for one of their local businesses that happens to be a vineyard. They get this video here on their official website, their social media outlets as well. And this becomes a tool that they can utilize for recruitment, for marketing. We deliver a message that they want to deliver and work with them on their production. That is where a revenue stream comes from. And like I said, it's free for you regardless of how many or if any participate. And that's where our revenue stream comes from. If there's nonprofits in the community, they have a special opportunity to get involved at no cost. We can provide a free link and logo for them. Or if they already have video content produced, they can submit that to us and we'll host their video for free. So we do something special for, Rotary, Kiwanis, these types of organizations. But regardless, it's an opportunity for you to better tell your story and do so through the power of video, which we fully produce for you from start to finish. And the end goal is to really differentiate what it is that sets your town and community apart from not just others in your state, but across the country as well. And that's what we're proposing putting together for you. Each topic is about a minute long. So we're talking about usually about 5 to 6 minutes of video because there's 5 different topic highlight videos that you choose from. Any questions on that? Or I gave you the nutshell version. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Questions from members of the council? Mrs. Shockley?
What's the timeline on making the videos? And, they're very high quality. They're great videos. And then how exactly do you market it to our local businesses?
Yeah, great question. So yes, you'll see that we come in with our drone footage. We'll make sure we add in that aerial footage for you as well. Timeline between sign-on and completion is typically about a 12 to 14 week timeline. We do the outreach to the businesses concurrently while we're doing the production of your content. So when everything goes live, everyone gets that initial exposure. And then for the outreach to the businesses, much like we're doing here today, we reach out to them, schedule an appointment where we bring them online, show them how they'll be featured, where they'll be featured, how they can incorporate the content onto their website, their social media outlets as well. So, and for that outreach, just to make sure we have something that validates the program, we have a letter template that we send over to you. You're free to reword that letter to your liking. We don't do a mass mailing of that letter, but we do have it on hand. So when we reach out and set that appointment, we can email something over that validates the initiative.
Okay. Other questions by members of the council? Ms. Ludwig?
Not a question, just a comment. Working and seeing a preview from this vendor are things that we're doing on Economic Development Commission, and we are still in need of some members to continue getting a quorum on a monthly basis. So just please keep that in mind and let us know if there's any residents who you think might be good candidates for the group.
Thank you. I have a question on process. What is the process to update any videos that are produced? And also, what is the process to get approvals for the town's content?
Sure. So for the town's content, everything is emailed back and forth during production for approval. So we'll work with a designated point person, and then the scripts are chosen. We write the scripts. We like to say within FOIA. Everything's emailed back and forth, and only when the scripts are approved, we come out and then capture the content. And then we do the editing, background music, voiceovers. And once you give us your final approval, that's when we custom tailor the link for you that goes on your official website. And that's how the videos play. We host the content as well. I didn't mention that. Nothing taps into or bogs down any resources on your end. Another thing I want to mention is if there's content that you have, existing content, say you're there for, you have a festival or an event that you're known for that we're not there to capture, you can submit photographs, any video content to us that you would like us to incorporate into that. For the life of the agreement, it's typically a 2 or 3 year program. Usually it's 3. And then at the end of that time, we come out and completely overhaul the content for you. Or we can shake hands and part as friends, go our separate ways. Either option, no invoice would be involved.
And suppose we require or would like to have an update, say at the end of a year.
Sure. And it happens. We deal with elected officials. And so we do get calls a lot. We would just ask if there's a major change, for example. It happened a couple of weeks ago, actually. There was a Parks and Rec director that spoke in that video topic. They were retiring. They needed an update. We would just ask that you call us and let us know there's been a major change. It's typically edited within a 24-hour time period. And then we can come out and refilm a spokesperson like we're doing in that case, for example.
Thank you.
Sure.
Mr. Marchant, you have been working with this potential vendor. Could you give us your comments about the quality of the work and the relationship you've had with the vendor?
Certainly. As you can see, they've worked with other Rhode Island towns, but in my own experience, I worked with them 10, 12 years ago when with the city of Jerome, Idaho, and they did a fantastic job. It was good quality work. They have more resources today than they did then. Drone footage wasn't available back then. So the experience is very positive, and you can see many communities are taking advantage of it.
Okay, thank you. The questions by members of the council. Mrs. Lima.
I was reserving my questions because I figured we'd get into it more for an item G6, but I'll just ask them now. So I think you might have addressed this, but for the third to last bullet in the proposed agreement in our packet, ensure that this agreement remains valid and enforced until the agreed upon expiration date. Do we have that date set already?
So, and it is easy to miss. In the top paragraph, it says 3 years from the date the videos go live on site, but some communities do
third anniversary.
Some communities do prefer a hard start date, and some people want to say, we would like this to be 3 years from the date of signature. That's certainly fine too, and we can modify that language.
My next question is to Mr. Marchant. In the section about in the term of this agreement, the town shall, writing video content and script and coordinating all of that is no small task. Do you feel like you've got the time to do this given all of your other priorities? I mean, I would like to prioritize this, but I know you have a lot on your plate, and I think this would be really important because this town has a severe PR problem.
Yes, I could prioritize this mainly because they do most of the work, and most of it on my end would be review. However, writing copy is also something that I could also do and wouldn't be a problem.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much for participating on Zoom with us today.
Thank you so much for having me. And if anyone does think of any questions, feel free, Ben, to share my email information.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Enjoy your evening.
Thank you. Okay, next item, E3. Mr. William Marcotte, Chairperson of the Board of Canvassers. He's going to provide an update on final district lines for the town of Coventry. And I believe members of his board are also going to participate this evening. So please introduce the members of your board to the public and to the council, although we know you all, but introduce everyone, please.
I'm Bill Marcotte and I'm chairman. My fellow board members are Julie Stefanik.
Could you speak up just a little bit? We can't quite hear you.
Crank it up a little. Can you hear me now?
Is it on?
It is on.
Okay.
My fellow board members are Julie Stefanik, Mike Madonna, and Lori Anderson is my clerk. And we're here tonight to highlight our recent redistricting. As you know, the redistricting takes place every 10 years after a census. The objective is to even out the number of voters in each district, and not an easy project, as you can understand. We depend on an outside company to draw district lines, keeping in mind the closeness in some districts to one another, and some districts being slightly larger, some getting smaller, and it's dependent on the number of registered voters in each district. Senate and representative districts are taken into consideration also at this time. We use a company called Election Data Services Incorporated from Manassas, Virginia. They're a nationally known company, and it's owned by a man by the name of Kim Brace, and our representative for that company was Ryan Taylor. They are highly recommended, and we were fortunate to be able to use them. Same company that we've used in the past. We met with Ryan on 3 separate occasions at open meetings, and at our final meeting, we selected the map that we felt best suited the town with the least interruption in district lines, and we would suit the town for the next 10 years. As you all know from your budget meetings, it's very few people attend these meetings, but those town residents that did attend were very interested in how the process works, and were all applauded the result of the task that we were given. We had hoped that the council would be included in some of our discussions, but with the exception of just one, no one else appeared. So moving right along, we have financial information or calendar information as far as our meetings go, and we also have maps. So if you have any questions as far as financial or calendar, Laurie can answer those, and Michael has any questions. We'll be able to answer any questions that you have for mapping questions. So I leave it to you for questions.
Well, why don't we start with the presentations that each of the members of your Board of Canvassers has? I believe you said that each one had some presentation for us.
I didn't say that.
Okay, when I spoke to you, who can talk about the redistricting lines and when the public will be notified?
Well, the public will be notified when they get a card in the mail. That will go out next week. The redistricting, that doesn't change until the 13th of September. So that's not effective now. That will not affect your vote on Thursday.
Okay, and what kind of changes will there be? How many people probably will be affected?
So I can speak to that a little. So one of the big things with this project is the state rep and Senate lines change, especially the rep lines a lot. So we had to keep that in mind as we're doing the districts. For instance, if we had left it alone, which we actually couldn't because there's lots about that, but if we did, I think there were 8 people in District 4 that would have a different rep than the rest of District 4. So you'd have to have a polling place for 8 people. So that affected a lot of it. So the way the process works is you have to be within plus or minus 5% of the target for the town. Basically, it's the town. We have 5 districts, so you divide it by 5. So the target was 7138. And what we did was, in working with this company, we asked them for 3 different proposals. The first one was the least amount of change. The second one was the least amount of change that coincided with the Senate and rep lines. And the third one was the most equal population spread. So he presented the 3 different ones. And after a lot of discussion, we decided to go with the one that had the most equal spread with a little change in it. Again, because there was like streets that were cut off. So we wanted to make it. So for instance, the way it was, District 1 had 6,722 people. District 4 had 7,147. So there was a 735 spread between the smallest and the biggest district. The way we have it now, the smallest district has 7,100 people, and the biggest district has 7,178. So it's only a 78-person spread. So although this happens every 10 years, COVID interrupted it with the census, you have to be within 5%. But as a board, we felt that by doing it this way, it would keep it within 5% for the foreseeable future for those 10 years. So there were some changes. Obviously, the districts that, for instance, District 1 only had 6722. Everyone stayed in District 1. And then we added some people from District 2. District 2 was actually one of the second smallest district for the people that were left. So we had to add a lot to them. It gets complicated because of the Senate lines. So we ended up adding some of District 5 and taking away a little section of District 2 to give it to District 1. So it was equal. And then it goes on from there. So every district has at least 90% of what they had before. District 1 has 100% because it was so small. But it really does coincide with the lines. We're able to cut down how many precincts? 1? 1. So we're able to actually get rid of 1 precinct for the voting. So any questions? Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
What was the precinct you got rid of? OLC, right?
Was it all?
No,
No?
we got rid of, oh. Woodland Manor,
Woodland Manor, that's right.
because we were able to bring it into 5.
District 5 now has Maple, right? The Baptist Church.
Yes.
Yep.
But it was because that polling place was very hard to get to, so that one we were able to, meaning that it was a circular front in order to go into vote. So we are able to eliminate that and bring it in with the others with the adjustment that we already have with 5.
So District 5 will now have high school, Hopkins Hill, and the church.
So just for the public's clarification, if someone's running for office this year, any of them from local down up to state, they're running based on these new lines you've drawn.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Just
And everybody that declared is within the lines.
Okay.
The biggest challenge was the rep lines. They really changed a lot,
Yeah.
especially in the District 3 and 4 area.
I just wanted to also say thank you to you guys. I don't think people understand
It was fun.
the task that is redistricting. I think the Board of Canvassers is considered a sleepy group and a sleepy department until it's election time, and then everybody forgets who you are. And I just want to say thank you for stepping up and serving your community in that way, because it's a Herculean task, and it's not easy. So thank you
for those comments.
Any other comments by members of the council? Ms. Ludwig?
Yes, thank you for your efforts. I noticed, and we had an email exchange on this, so thank you, Lori, for getting back to me quickly this morning. And Mr. Marcotte, I had left a voicemail on your, I think it was your business line, because that's the number that's listed online for you, just so you know. I don't know if you want that number on the Board of Canvassers site on the Coventry RI.org site. So my question was basically, when do the new district lines take effect? Because if you look at the town website, if you specifically go to the Board of Canvassers page and you specifically click into the attachments, it will say, September 2022. But if you're like me or many other residents, they actually go on to the town GIS tab and the maps tab. And the first thing they click on, that map, I think it's been good since the last redistricting.
Yeah, so 10 years.
10 years. Yeah. So it says since 2012, but it doesn't say until, September 2022. So I've gotten some questions over the weekend from residents saying, where do I show up to vote this week? So is that something maybe we can just put a little note on that page, because that's where I'm getting my questions. I had people that were in my district, like on Indian Trail, that are now going to be in District 1 on Ann's side, and they're trying to figure out where to vote. So if we could just make a small update on the website, I think that would be helpful for people that are going to that page.
It is. They had it up there. Cody had it up there last week, because I questioned him, because I had a printout to give him.
But does it show both or just?
This is just for Thurston's vote, that those 5 polling places, we're only required to open 1 in each district. So those have been set the same.
So that part's not under confusion. The part that's under confusion is the people who are getting moved into the new district. They want to know whether they should show up on this Thursday for the referendum to the polling places that you listed for District 2 or District 1.
So we should have a date that shows the effective change.
Yeah, I think we
Like
just
2
need to say
maps.
until September or something like that. It doesn't need to be a huge change, just some sort of note on that page, because those people are the ones contacting me asking, and that's why I wasn't sure. So thank you for clarifying.
Basically, people should be told it's the status quo. Whatever they've been doing in the past is what they continue to do for the election this week.
Right, but we do have to make sure it's clear on the
Yes,
website.
absolutely.
Because, well, your district changed a lot for the September election. So you want to know who you're contacting, right? So
I think they both advertised it on the postcard that went out. But
There's no one is, at least people that came to me, they are not questioning the polling locations. What they're questioning is, do they show up at District 1 or do they show up at District 2, because the streets changed between Ann and I. So I wasn't sure.
So
be next week with the postcard, because we waited until the last minute because we had to have our polling places approved by the state. So I waited until the end of last week before I notified, and that doesn't take effect until September 13th. So people just go by what they normally do.
Okay, sounds great. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions by members of the council? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate. Okay, we're going to agenda F, Joint Town Council and School Committee discussion. This is a discussion and update by Mario Carreno, Chief Operations Officer, on the necessity for the Town of Coventry school construction. Welcome to the members of the school committee, Superintendent Levis, Assistant Superintendent Howard, and Instructional Director Amy Anselone. Mr. Carreno, would you prefer to stand or sit at the table? Because we do have a space there where you can speak if you wish. Everyone's not here. Superintendent Levis, do we have a place for you to sit?
Yeah. Sit back here, I'm good.
Thank you. Chairperson Patno, would you please open your meeting?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to call the meeting to order of the school committee. I have
Yes.
7:54. 7:54. Roll call, Catherine Patnote here. Dave Florio.
Here.
Anna Isabel Dos Reis Coutu. Here. Donna Clooney is not here. James Pearson.
Here.
Mr. Levis.
Here.
Mr. Cowett.
Here.
Okay, thank you. We're ready.
Thank you. Mr. Carreno, thank you so much for coming. And I would like to ask you to please introduce yourself and your role with the state, and also your interest in this particular project and how long you've been associated with it. And then we're ready for your presentation.
Great, thank you. Mario Carreno, Chief Operations Officer at RIDE, formerly Director of the School Building Authority. And I've been at RIDE for 12 years, and again, helping communities throughout the state really look to improve their schools. So there's a golden opportunity, if you will, with the additional state aid that's available for our communities. And on June 10th, the General Assembly extended 2 of the housing aid bonuses by 1 year, which really provided a second chance for some communities. On, I think it was June 11th, I emailed the town manager and superintendent saying, hey, you're pretty fortunate. Let's get our act together here, because otherwise you're going to miss the vote. So quickly, let me just start with some high level observations and facts, and then we can get into the opportunities. And then again, the main purpose here is to hopefully hit the reset button and get the town together to take advantage of the state aid that exists that otherwise will go to someone else. And we don't want that to happen. So a couple of things, again, just facts. So historically, Coventry's reimbursement rate has been around, between 42% and 51%. That's been historically where it's been. You have 2 bonds that are coming off the books in 2022 and 23 that receive 43% reimbursement, right? So you have debt that you're already paying that receives a lower rate. If you get approval between now and the end of next December, so December 30th, 2023, you can get up to 70% reimbursement. So again, it's much more, believe it or not, it's even more favorable than a few years ago when you received approval for that middle school project for a variety of reasons. The first one is your base rate this year is up to almost 50% reimbursement. So just getting approved by the state without any of the incentives gets you to 50%. And then if we can find a way, and I have it mapped out here, to capture the other 4 bonuses, you actually have a clear path to get 70% reimbursement, which is a huge amount. And there's no other projects municipal wise or statewide that give that type of state aid for you to undertake them. Otherwise, if you do a police station, you pay for it 100%. If you pay for schools, the state will pay 70%. So that's just something to consider when you're going through your priorities, is the amount of state aid that is available. A couple of other interesting facts here in Coventry as I prepared for today's meeting. So 20 years ago, you had 6,000 students. 10 years ago, you had 5,100 students. This past year, you had 4,300 students. So again, you have a declining student enrollment. And even if we look at your latest 5-year projection, it's relatively constant, but it stays around where it is now. The reason that's interesting is you have an elementary school population projected to be 1,950 students. You have seats for over 2,500 students in your elementary schools, which means you have 30% excess space. That's space that taxpayers are heating, cooling, and maintaining, right? So again, if we look at 4 of your elementary schools in particular, so the 4, not including Washington Oak, average 60 years old. You paid last year over $600,000 to heat them, cool them, and maintain them. Old facilities that are not up to 21st century security standards, educational standards, or even, and I believe some of them actually have traffic issues because they're neighborhood schools that create headaches for others. So again, those are just facts on your old buildings. Your most recent facility assessment of your district identified over $65 million of warm, safe, and dry projects, not even 21st century schools. That's just to keep it warm, safe, and dry. So if we step back, is it prudent to spend $65 million on 60-year-old assets that just to make them warm, safe, and dry? And maybe not. So one of the possibilities that jumped off the page when I was looking through this is 2 things. So we have this debt that is expiring between this year and next year, which you pay around $850,000 a year is your payment. We also have identified efficiencies at these 4 buildings that if we were to eliminate these 4 buildings and replace them with fewer newer ones, you would save another $750,000. That's less redundant administrators. You'd have more efficient buildings. You would avoid maintenance and repairing buildings that are 60 to 70 years old. That if you focus that and instead those resources were allocated to new debt service, which is getting 70% reimbursement, there's a scenario where you can replace 4 small aging schools with 2 new ones just with the money that you're paying right now. So again, it's not like we're looking for new money. You have debt that's coming off the books, and if you can right size these buildings and get rid of some of these redundancies, there's a scenario for you to really take advantage of that 70% state aid and not pay more than you're paying now. Do you have a question?
I see you're reading this. I'm wondering if you'd be able to send us.
Oh, I am.
Later.
So,
I am like writing like a.
Yeah.
And I don't know that I can.
I was creating this in real time this morning, and then I was like, you know what? Let me see if they even like this idea. Otherwise, I'll change. We can change it. But yeah, I have all the data. I made a little chart here where it shows, it stays at the 1.6 million. But if you didn't like this, then I would just change it. But again, so let me also tell you this, that there's 2 communities I emailed that day on June 11th. One was Coventry and one was North Providence. And with North Providence, we've met 3 times in the month of July, and their town council is voting on August 2nd for 3 new schools because they want to get 80% reimbursement, that would be the highest in their history. So others are moving fast because they didn't want to be left behind. And I think there's a great opportunity. 70% of it is unheard of for Coventry. And again, it's not like we're looking for need. You have over 65 million of warm, safe, and dry. Like the need is here, and the state aid is here for now. So, we can look to address it, or we can move on. So other factors to consider with bond funds. Bond funds usually are for projects that there's no other alternative to fund them, right? You don't want to issue debt unless you have to. So windows and roof replacement and doors are not good candidates to bond because, again, these buildings, are they going to be here another 30 years? I hope not. But if they're not, then and you bond for them, and all of a sudden you're you're still paying for something that doesn't exist. So again, new schools, in many cases, when you're in the range of 40, 50, 60 million potentially in debt is a good use of funds. Otherwise, you don't need them here if you're going to do a $5 million 5-year approval. Like, we can go somewhere else. But again, there's enough state money that conversations that you might not have considered now are possible. So again, North Providence acted very quickly, and they're taking advantage of 3 new elementary schools that they otherwise weren't thinking of before June 10th. Met with Mayor Lombardi and the town council president. And next thing we know, this is flown, and perhaps it could happen here. I'll speak to timeline in a minute, but there's still a couple of scenarios. It's nothing that's so critical you have to decide tomorrow or you miss it. So I'm not here to scare you or sell you anything, but at least you have about a year and a half to really hammer this out. And we'll do the timelines in a second. But before we start, I think there's 2 ways to approach this educational facility master planning. So the more traditional route is you identify your needs, and then you work together to prioritize those needs, and then you approach the town, and then they say we can fund the first 3, and then you go back and forth, and maybe you get something. That's one way. The other way is you work with the town first, and you figure out what's the most state incentive we can get, what's the highest we would consider bonding, and then we'll create a solution based on those goals. So in this scenario, and other communities such as Westerly are taking this other approach, that if we know there's a number that would be palpable here, that we would reveal it sooner than later, so that we are not wasting our time either selling ourselves too short or actually planning for something that's not feasible. So that's one thing that once we get into timeline, that if a bond is of interest within the next 18 months, that we would know the realm of possibilities, so that again, we're not wasting anyone's time either selling themselves too short or designing things that have no interest from anyone. So that's one thing. In terms of timeline, so there's 3 approvals that are needed for a project to be eligible for reimbursement, and you can get them in any order. So General Assembly approval, voter approval, and then RIDE approval, any of those 3 in any order that you want. So I'm going to go through the timeline that North Providence is using, since you likely would follow theirs if you were to pursue something. They are going to be submitting a stage 1 application this September 15th. You could, with the recent one that you completed, you can probably cobble together a stage 1 on your own without paying anyone anything and getting it in for September 15th, just to keep your options open. I would highly recommend that. Again, you can always withdraw it at any time, but at least it gives you options to proceed. North Providence is going to approach the General Assembly in January to obtain their enabling legislation, and are going to seek a special election in April, just like Johnston did this past year. And then they will obtain RIDE approval in May of 2023. There are other pathways, but that's the one that they're following. If September 15th was too aggressive for some reason, we could look at, again, changing the order around, where you do a stage 1 in February of 2023, and you receive RIDE approval at the very end of December. And I'll email you this so you don't have to write it all down. But again, you would need all 3. So we can map out the timeline. The General Assembly is only in session from January until next June. So you would need their approval then. Whether you want to do a special election next November or in April, that's up to you, whether you would pursue that. And then the RIDE approval happens twice a year, in May and in December. So timeline, you still have time. As long as you start work is just measured by a signed contract with the contractor. By the end of next year, you have access to the 70% reimbursement. Any questions so far?
I have a question about stage 1. You said that we could do a stage 1 without using a consultant.
Correct.
But that's still a lot of documentation. I saw the stage 1 book, the stage 2 book, et cetera. How would we go about doing something without any kind of help? How is North Providence doing it? They're using all their own staff?
So others have done that, yeah. So the nice thing about the stage 1, and I'm going off memory now, but so it's a letter from the superintendent, that can be done. You have your enrollment projections, which I believe he already has. He shared them recently. Your asset protection plan, which you've already done. Like a lot of the things you actually can either reuse or you already have. And then, so it's possible. Will it be great? No, it won't be great. We'll likely cite you with a lot of comments that this will be due at some point when you hire a vendor, but it allows you to at least get something in by September 15th without having to procure anyone. In many cases, procurement can take months depending on the community, that you likely don't have time to hire someone, sign a contract, and have them do the work. You may have to have the district just put together a stage one. And again, as long as you're in the pipeline, we'll work with you. We're not here to put up hurdles. We're here to create solutions to help your schools.
So you're suggesting that the stage one could be using documentation that has already been used, and you would help us to put it together.
Yes.
But the requirements don't seem as strict as they were last time.
So the stage two is where you have to hire someone. That's the harder one. So stage one is just identifying your needs.
Right.
So we know you have $65 million in needs. You can just reuse those. That number likely is even higher, right? If you haven't done the work and the prices and materials have increased, it's fair to say you might be at $75 million now of identified needs. So that hasn't changed. Your projections, we have those. Your asset protection, you fill out every year. A lot hasn't changed just because that approval never went to fruition. So it's not like you've done work that we have to reflect in documents. You haven't done any work. So the document, in many cases, the need can be identified with the materials that you produced, which would have been September of 2020, I think was when that came in. So a lot of those you could just reuse for the stage one. For the stage two, you would have to hire a vendor. And that's when once the needs have been identified, that's when you would actually begin to design them. So again, I just came here with this concept of two schools. That might be a crazy idea. And you say, what's this guy talking about? Let's do something else. Whatever your solution is, that's what you would end up designing.
Okay, I was going to ask you that question because I was curious why you sort of led with, it sounds like a consolidation of 4 elementary schools, and that was not in our original plan. So I was kind of curious to know whether you were just throwing that out as an example or whether you thought that would be a better route to go.
So I'm also I'm on the Lincoln School Committee. So I'm approaching this as if this were how I would approach it if this was Lincoln, that you have needs at every level, elementary, middle, and high. And realistically, the only pathway for you to get the max reimbursement is to do this newer and fewer. There's a bonus for that. So again, if I were prioritizing projects in Lincoln, I would start at the elementary school because that's the only pathway to 70%. So again, I would start there and saying my number one goal is to get the most state aid possible. Check, understanding that there's needs everywhere. All your your middle school has tons of needs. Your high school has just as many. But they're not going to get me 70%. So I'm not going to start there. I'm going to start at the elementary school level, understanding that you can't solve it all at once. You probably don't even have the bonding capacity to do, or even the will to do a $200, $300 million plan. It would be crazy to do that now, but a much more manageable plan at 70% reimbursement that lives within the money you're already spending starts to make financial sense. Okay. So that's why I picked it.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I was kind of curious about that. Okay, questions? Mr. LeBlanc.
Thank you for coming tonight. Really appreciate it. I'm very intrigued by your proposal. In the email that you referenced, I think it was June 11th, you also had indicated, I think, that if we were to create a school building committee, that you would like to be on it. Is that still accurate?
Yes.
Okay.
If you'll have me.
Thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Shockley.
Thank you. I'm wondering, so you mentioned that newer and fewer is one of the 4 incentives. What are the other 3?
Oh, great questions. So health and safety, which check, you'll get that without thinking about it. Educational enhancement, replacement of, so we have the state, when we did the statewide assessment, I'll send you all this, rated facilities with a scale of 1 to 100, 100 being the worst. Anything over 65% is a replacement candidate. Western Coventry Elementary School, I think was in the 40s. You haven't done work. And if we reassess that, I'm fairly confident you'll hit above 65. So if one of these solutions does something with that building, you end up with less elementary schools, you do add an educational enhancement, and you do health and safety, that's your pathway of 20 bonus points plus your 50% base rate gets you the 70% reimbursement. A few years ago, I think the target was in the mid 50s for the middle school. That was just because your base rate back then was at 42%. So naturally it's gone up 6%. So you're already making out there. And then newer and fewer wasn't on the table last time. You were just updating your middle school. So again, this is a little bit of a different approach with the goal of getting the 70%, not necessarily and your middle school may be your priority. The way I approach this is the reimbursement is the priority because you have needs everywhere. Lock this in, and then you can worry about the other two buildings in the future.
Other questions? Mrs. Shockley?
I just wanted to ask, so we have to meet capital maintenance requirements for our schools in order to get state reimbursements. So let's say we decided to move forward with an elementary school project. There are some projects that we need to do anyway, like Western needs a well. But would any of the money we would spend on this project count towards capital maintenance?
Yes.
So then we wouldn't have to spend it on projects that will be short-term and not necessary in a few years.
Correct.
Okay. Ms. Ludwig?
So I've heard a few things referenced about North Providence, I think it was, who either got together a school committee, the school building committee, or something to that effect very quickly. I had reached out to Superintendent Levis just to inquire about what were some of the things that we may want to consider locally here in Coventry. And so I did want to better understand that process because my initial thought was I thought the request would come from the school side first. So I would like to hear a little bit more about the process of getting a school building committee, like a new committee, up and running. Can anyone review that with us? I don't know if Superintendent Levis could or.
Superintendent Levis?
Yeah, so Ms. Ludwig had reached out to me and I shared with her all of the necessity of school construction. So there's a RIDE, the school building authority has they require certain individuals to be on the school building committee. The charter also indicates that the town council has to appoint the school building committee, but also has certain requirements. So the process would be for us to kind of get together and blend the requirements. The other part was, when the June 11th email came out, the priority for me, at least, in discussing with we did this publicly, was really we have our all-day referendum Thursday. So this is important, but a budget's important. So I think having this meeting now is prudent, but I think, again, the priority for me as superintendent is, we're talking about, and Mr. Carreno and I we speak on an ongoing basis. We spoke this weekend. School safety is a priority. Our schools were not designed, and I think that's the part too. Our elementary schools, which the parents are very concerned, they're built in the 40s, 60s, 70s. So they were not designed for safety. So I think for me, part of this is we still have needs. And Mr. Carreno had said that you had a plan or maybe some other options, because our middle school has some incredible needs. We just got a report on our roof that we haven't even discussed. I just got it after our school committee meeting. We'll discuss it at August 11th. So we have to figure out that while you said, we get the reimbursement now 70%, that's great. But the needs of the middle school aren't going to go away. And we have to figure a way, because some of the points about putting money in when if we can do something new and get the reimbursement, but we're going to have needs that we'll have to address. But the building committee, it's just a process that the school committee has to identify individuals. Then we have to pass it over to you, and it has to meet the requirements. Mr. Pearson got me on the right path last time because we were trying to approve it, and I wasn't aware of the charter piece. So, but that's something we can do fairly quickly, I assume, and I think it's important. Mr. LeBlanc brought up Mr. Carreno being a member, because I feel that'll help us if we have to do the stage one. If we don't have a consultant, it'd be nice to be able to turn to Mario and say, okay, are we hitting the mark here? So I know I went off the target a little bit, but hopefully I answered your question.
Thank you.
Can I elaborate on one item?
Yes.
So the 5-year approval that you would be seeking, so there's a bond component, and then there's other monies that might be available either through the state or through the town. So we wouldn't expect, let's say, I'll just use round numbers, you coming in for a $50 million bond, you have other needs throughout, and that is correct, that, you might identify $10 million of work you might do, right? There's no commitment here, just to get it approved by the state. So if you do advance it, and let's say you have some level of savings one year and you want to deposit it into into some fund, you can do that. The state has a pilot program that was launched in January known as the Facility Equity Initiative, which had 5 communities the pilot year. This next round, which comes out in, I believe, September or October, expands to 10 communities, one of them being Coventry. So again, there's state money forthcoming that would be given to you up front to do work in addition to your bond. So I think I would look at it as, for a bond, prioritize projects that you know are going to be around for 50 years that are worth bonding for. Other repairs and renovations, we can get creative and find other resources to do it that you're not committing debt for. Yes, ma'am. Oh, sorry.
I don't know. Vice President Lundquist saw it before, so I'll wait.
So just back to the school building committee, because it sounds like that's kind of the first thing that we need to do. So, President Patnode, I don't know if it's something we could maybe hear from you on. Is there?
You have a past memo. Who was the DPW? Who was the president of the past building? 2000.
So I'm just going to direct my question to Chair Patnode.
I think the question is to Chair Patnode.
Yeah, I'm just going to let the council continue with their questions, and then you can direct the meeting to us, Madam President, if you want. I think there's still some people here asking questions. So why don't you guys kind of finish, and then we'll go from there. Just you'll be able to ask that question.
That's fine. Okay. Any member of the council, Mrs. Lima.
Can you just confirm for me, when a school building committee convenes, are they only addressing a current bond at a time, or are they looking out and coordinating projects over the course of many years? Like, there are other communities in Rhode Island where they know once one elementary school is finished, then they're going on to this one, and they kind of know what's next in the pipeline is.
Yeah, so the answer is it's both. Like, to be honest, so I know. So again, drawing from Lincoln as an example, we have a school building committee that's formed for one project and it dissolves, but the school departments continues the 5-year plan, and committees are formed as needed.
Excuse me, could we have no more whispering while this is going on, please? Thank you.
We have other communities who have a school building committee who looks at it in a long-term 10, 20-year plan, understanding that you can't do it all at once. And then, it would make sense to plan accordingly. That's how Providence is taking the approach now. They have 40 buildings. They're losing, expect to lose 5,000 kids over the next 3 years. So again, they might need to shed 6 or 7 buildings. So it's critical to take a long-term look, so you're not investing in buildings you don't need. It's not as extreme here, but in an ideal world, this committee would be formed to look at it at a long-term approach, again, because you don't want to make decisions on, repairing this middle school if it makes sense in 10 years to just build a new one. Like, you wouldn't spend the money that way.
Yeah. Instead of looking at things in a vacuum. Yeah.
Correct.
Yep.
Okay. Other questions from members of the council? I just have one, which is sort of a tangent, but later on in the meeting, we're going to be asked to vote on a recommended change to our charter, which recommends that we are required to appoint the town financial director and the school financial director on the school building committee as ex officio members. And I'd like your opinion on that.
That's a local decision, who you have on there. So we have our 8 members per the RIDE regulations who are required to be there. You can add as many as you want. So some communities do just 8. Others are extreme. Newport and Lincoln both have over 20 members on there. I would highly advise against that. Those meetings go on for 3-4 hours they're not as productive as more streamlined meetings.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Any other questions from members of the council? Okay. Mrs. Patno?
Yes. And if Mrs. Ludwig, what was your question again? Try to answer that.
I was just curious kind of what the process or has the process already started for a possible school building committee request from your side, or just kind of where the school committee is with that?
Yeah, we have talked about it publicly, I believe, in at least 2 meetings. Most of the roadblock that we had was that we didn't have clear direction from the town as to how much we could actually go out and bond. And we didn't want to reestablish a committee of people. Our last committee was that we had some very highly skilled people that sat on that committee. And they were reluctant to think about doing this again without any clear knowledge of what the town would really be willing to bond. And I think you might maybe mention that at the beginning, that there has to be clear direction from the town as to how much, because that will in fact determine, we may not, I mean, your idea about, consolidating just 2 schools, we may not have enough money to actually build 2 new schools. So maybe 1 school, I really don't know. But I also think that the school building committee, whoever they might be, end up being, with your help, hopefully, will come up with a plan, considering the amount of money. Because before we start in the old way we did it, we basically did get a number from the interim town manager and from the bond council, and that's what we went with. Because as you know, the needs are very high, to say the least. So, the more money we could get in as far as the bond goes, the better off our projections could be as to what we could actually do with that money. So again, I think any school building committee needs that number from, before anybody's even going to be willing to sit on the committee. Obviously, the school committee members, will come forward, but how we actually get the rest of the committee together might be a little tough because of the former bond failing. So that's basically my only say on that.
Mrs. Patino, several months ago, I did call you and I asked you, we talked about how we would get this started again. And I said, one of the first things I would recommend is that the school committee would submit a formal request to the town council asking what would be our ability to bond.
Mm-hmm.
And that had not been discussed with your school committee. So we were still waiting for that request from you concerning what would be the ability to bond. So I think we've been sort of waiting, and I'm not sure who's waiting for whom at this point in time. We all understand that we need to have an understanding of what our ability as a town is to bond. But I think we do need some kind of request from the school committee asking for that to happen.
I think part of the problem with the delay has been that we've been trying to work on this budget. And so we kind of felt that would, and we didn't even know that there was a timeline available, quite honestly, that had to be shovels in the ground or just contracts signed by December of 23. I missed the date that was decided by the state. When did they extend it?
They extended this past session. So 2 of the bonuses, the health and safety and educational enhancement work, were going to expire this December, which, that's a lot of money that goes off the table, which then all of a sudden lowers what's even palpable. So I think that's the biggest opportunity, is that plus the fact that your base rate has gone up. So again, even I believe it was a $90 million plan last time at around 55%. Even if it were at the same amount of money, there's another 15% state aid on the table now, which again changes some of the projections that you may have looked at last time.
Mm-hmm. So, before I continue, I'd like to ask my committee members if they have any comments or questions. I'm going to start with Mr. Pearson.
Thank you. I would be in favor, just on the record, of starting up another building committee at this time. I don't think we need to know the bond amount in advance, but we could certainly organize a committee and work toward a stage 1 application based on the information we've already put together. The huge caveat to all this is, the way the last building committee, the way their product was shot down by this council, creates a problem. And I'm going to be a little more blunt about it. It's going to be very difficult to find the caliber of people to sit on this building committee from the community, knowing that happened. We need a commitment from this council. We need a commitment from the professional staff to not undermine the process. Everyone get behind this. And if we really can get 70%, that's awesome. It's an opportunity we can't pass up. Of course, I said that when the opportunity was closer to 50% or 60%. But now we're at 70%. How can you not move forward to explore this opportunity? But everyone has to be behind it, because if there are machinations happening in the background, undermining the process, then Mr. Carreno, as he said, don't waste his time. He has other communities he can go help. I would rather he be in Coventry and help us. We need it for sure.
So my pleading to everyone involved is, if you want this, let's all get behind it. Let's move forward and explore this opportunity and put the pedal to the metal, because 18 months goes by in a flash. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Pearson. Mrs. Dos Reis Coutu?
I think it would be a huge mistake not to take advantage of this great opportunity of 70%. Our schools definitely need a lot of work. I think our town council is clearly showing that they're in favor of a win-win for the schools that we have. I think we should start a building committee. I think if we can be positive and we can be collaborative and work together towards this goal, I think we can get a school committee together, regardless of what happened in the past. I just think we need to move forward, and we really need to act quick because, as it was said, 18 months, wow. But it can be done. So if we can all just be in agreement and take advantage of this amazing 70%, I think it'd be great. Definitely, we need to really work at it, because we need to really look at the whole plan. I haven't even seen, because I'm new to the committee, I haven't seen any of what's on the table right now for what you're showing. So I think it can be done, and I'd really like this to be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Florio?
Well, first off, Mr. McGee, were you ever contacted by anyone about the school building committee since you won the last one? No, not. I wasn't involved either. The president of the committee and president of the town council and the secretary of the committee were not even involved or asked to be involved in the process. And that was quite a project that we took on. As I remember, it was somewhere in the realm of $30 million. Which if in 2000 is almost equivalent to what they're asking for now, what the state is willing to give us now. So that's two people that were qualified and were never asked. And I'm sure some of the people in this room could come up with the appropriate names of the people to serve on the committee. I am in favor of this bond. I'm completely in favor of this bond. I just believe we need, I would go with $70 million. If it was up to me, I would go with a figure of $70 million. But that would be that's up to that's up to the council, and that's up to the school building committee and the school committee. But I believe we need this. We need this at this time, and we need expertise. People you can go to, people you can speak to, people in town who served on that committee. Paul Sprague was a person who served on that committee. There were quite a few. And we're older now. We're not young the way we were, Kevin, but we're much older now, and we're much wiser. And Madam President, I think you have an idea of the number in your head as to serving on the last school building committee, what the appropriate number is and what the town can afford.
May I respond to that?
Yes, ma'am.
I do not have a number in my head. I do not know what the town can afford, because I think that needs to be a discussion with bond council and with our school leaders here. So I'm not able to give any number, and I don't have a number in my head, because that would prejudice the whole situation. And one other point of clarification is that we advertised a lot of people to apply to applied. So it wasn't that we excluded anyone. It was a fair process for anyone who wanted to be on the committee. And we did ask, and we followed the guidelines that RI gave us concerning the numbers and types of people who should be on the committee. So I don't want people to believe that we did not have a fair process to select people for that committee. And number two, I do not have a number in my mind.
Well, I do, Madam Chair.
That's okay. You said the number, but I don't have a number.
And I'm in favor of this. I'm completely in favor of this bond issue. And thank you, Kevin, for chairing the last school building committee. I know it was a deep challenge, a very big challenge to be council president and to be on the school building committee as well. So that's where I'm coming from. We need to get this. We need to get it done. And I believe Mr. Marino, is that you? Carreno. I believe we're on the right track. So thank you. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Florio. So I guess you're going to ask us what's the next step. So
I certainly am. Well, I was
so-
going to ask Mr. Carreno to give his suggestions for us.
Before you do that, I just want to further state that whatever the number is will determine I just hope that people haven't thought, oh, we'll build 2 new schools. That might not be in the cards. And so the stage 1 that we already put together, even the stage 2, somewhere along the line, we're going to need hopefully someone to say, this is the amount. And with that amount of money, this is the best use of the funds. And I'm not sure the building committee on their own, maybe with your help, will be able to come forward with that. Right now, I don't have a clear idea in my mind that what that might be, because we don't have a number. And consolidation was looked at when we did our original school building committee this last time, and it was not the chosen path. So I'm just throwing that out because I don't want the public to think, oh, well, we're just going to go ahead and consolidate and build 2 new schools, because that probably will cause a huge outrage because of redistricting of our school districts. And as you know, most communities, when they try to close a school, an elementary school, it can be a difficult proposition. So I think we need to really kind of go light on that, in the sense of, we need to get a number. We can certainly go forward, Madam President, by saying we want to reestablish the school building committee. And then I'm just hoping we have enough time. You seem to think we'll be able to do it. So
you don't have a choice. To get the bonuses, like you have to make the time work. So we'll make it work is what I'm going with that.
I agree, but I thought we should have done it the last time, and it didn't happen in this community. So I don't want to be negative, but the fact of the matter is it failed. And so it wasn't even brought out to the public for them to actually vote on, because quite honestly, I think the public would have supported it. But we weren't given that option. And so I want to be careful about the timeline. And when you say, previously, we said, how could you turn this down? How could you not want to do this? So the number that comes from the professionals on this side and from bond counsel has to be solid. And like Mr. Pearson said, everyone has to, you can't come up with a number because of pressure from this one or that one. It really has to be, everyone has to get behind it. That's all I'm going to say as well. Because if certain people in the community that are working for the town or working in the school department say, start the whispers like, oh, we can't afford that. We can't do that. What are you doing? Then that will kill the project. So we'll go forward again. We won't make the deadline. We might make the deadline, but whether or not it goes out to the vote for the public might be up in the air. So I don't want to start this process with the thought that this could fail. So it has to be clear how much money everyone says we can afford to borrow. So.
No, I think you're absolutely right. I think that understanding the parameters, at least within the next 3 or 4 months, like what is really in range, because again, just with the 2 schools example, if 90 million is not, and I picked a number that you had last time, so I didn't pick one that's out of range, but if that's not on the table, then let's talk about something else, right? Like we would do that. We wouldn't waste our time. But if 90 million is on the table, then let's find a way to get to 70%. In terms of this newer and fear model, I think many of the fears you say are legitimate. However, we have many examples throughout the state of communities who are doing that just now. Johnston is consolidating 4 schools into 2 new ones. Middletown is voting in November on $235 million to replace all their schools. Providence is doing this, and many more. It's becoming a more normalized phenomenon to have newer and fewer. We have many little schools. Neighborhood schools are not efficient, right? It worked.
I'm not
no,
against that.
Sure.
I am 100% behind that, but I just don't want that out in the public yet until we really have to go to the public with it. And last but not least, we may not have the money. We might be able to build one new elementary, but you're going to try to consolidate 2 to 1 maybe. Who knows what we're going to end up with as a committee? And so that's the question that's out there. We don't know until we know the number.
Okay. Mrs. Lima?
Mr. Carreno, the actual numbers with respect to our bond capacity, does that come from you, or do you leave it up to the town to deliver those numbers?
Oh, so that's on you. Like you can come forward with whatever you want. So normally the state will reimburse whatever number you show up with. So Middletown at one point was at 60 million. Then they're looking to regionalize with Newport. And when the state is going to pay 80%, all of a sudden they showed up with $235 million that they want the state to reimburse 80%. So a lot of it is limited by your own, either your bonding capacity or what you think voters will actually approve. That's really what sets the bar in Rhode Island. So if you came forward with 300 million, we would approve it and we would reimburse you. If you come forward with 50, then we'll acknowledge that. Part of it, this process is a balance between your actual needs and that what you can afford. In every case, throughout Rhode Island, needs outweigh dollars. It just is that way. So, but if you had, somehow you said, you know what, let's do it all, we would be in favor of it. Like, we want new schools, we want good schools, and schools have a lot of value for community. And again, these bonuses aren't going to last forever. We had proposals this year from the Senate, from Treasurer Magaziner, from the governor's office to extend the bonuses by 3 years. So if in an election year, those weren't extended at all, and the House made it very clear that this temporary bonuses are supposed to be temporary, that you have one last opportunity between now and next December to get in line. So again, even if we step back, so everyone here pays state taxes, right? Mm-hmm. We pay state taxes, which then pay housing aid. At the moment, your state taxes are going to Lincoln, and they're going to Providence, and they're going to Pawtucket. We want to change that. And by investing in your schools, we start bringing Barrington, East Greenwich money, and other communities start paying their state dollars for your housing aid. And I think that's an opportunity that I would really look to seize.
Okay, thanks. Lastly, we still haven't established next steps, and I think we had paused to hear Kathy's additional comments, but if you could provide some guidance on potentially what we should be doing to move forward.
Excellent. So I would immediately move forward, creating some level of building committee, how you go about that. So again, I'll use the Lincoln example. So in our community, the town appoints half and the school committee appoints the other half. So and that's just how Lincoln does it. They move forward, they're both elected, they convene, they name a chair, and then they start having their meetings. So I would look, whenever your next meeting is, I would strongly consider appointing members to this committee. I would also, assuming you do want to do a stage 1, I would immediately point to the school administration and have someone there be the point person between now and September 15th to put together a stage 1. That can occur while you're compiling your building committee. I wouldn't wait. This might take weeks to get a building committee, but someone, find someone, whether it's the facility director or the business manager or the superintendent, someone needs to start with the stage 1 now to get it in by September 15th. And that shouldn't cost you anything except their time. Right, the time, and you can do that. You have a relatively new application from 2020. You can borrow most of it. You can update it with your enrollment projections, which you've already paid for, which NASDAQ did. You have your asset protection information, which the district submitted June 30th. You just upload that. A lot of the information you should be able to reuse or quickly put together within. You basically have 2 months to put this together. And you can definitely do it. The fact that you have a recent application will greatly expedite this. If you didn't apply in 2020 and we were relying on your 2012 application, I'd say it would be a stretch, but you can recycle a lot of that, at least to get in the door, and then we can worry about making it better as you're in the process.
Okay. Any other questions? Mr. LeBlanc.
I would just like to state that I do agree with Chairwoman Patnode that a range is definitely necessary in this process. So I'll start there. My concern is the reference to bond counsel, because bond counsel is going to give a number that is the full bonding capacity of our town. And I don't believe that number should be spent 100% on this on this project, which to my knowledge, 92% of our town's bonding capacity was essentially utilized in the last bond question to council, which I just wanted to set that clear, which I do believe we do need to talk about a range. I am in full in favor of creating a school building committee to discuss this. This additional 20% from our previous is astronomical. I think it's a huge benefit for us, and I think we should take advantage. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Yes.
Ms. Ludwig?
So I was one of the no votes back in December, and I've heard what I will consider as commentary about the no votes. I heard a few people mention there's concern with starting up a committee if we don't know some of this information. What are the unknowns from the council side? So I'll be very clear. I was a no vote on that specific application and amount and reimbursement. I did not feel that it was appropriate at the time. However, now is a new time. I'm ready to commit myself to having an open mind, to being part of the process. And I do also want to ask the same from everyone that's sitting at this table, because I don't want to show up here and try to have a conversation and then people talk about the December vote that got voted down every time we get here. So I would like a commitment from everyone at the table. And I'd request even from my counselors to the right who voted no on their commitment to this general process. I am committed to looking at this process, to getting a number. I am in favor of I think you said it was Westerly who put a particular number forward and worked backwards from there. That felt appropriate to me. It sounds like we may have some other people that are in agreement with that as well. You also have, if you think about the election cycle, most of the people that are sitting up here on the side are going to be the people that if we have to vote in the timeline of December 2023 are still going to be in these seats. And so I just want to make sure that everyone is committed to that and not just the town council, because this is truly a partnership. And I think we should all commit, not just come here and say something and then have no follow-ups or anything else that we can't actually sign our names to. And then from that process, if the voting comes out in one way or the other a year and a half from now, that's a different story. But I would at least like to suggest, even just as an informal response to either counselors or school committee members, even a nod of the head of your commitment to the public and to this process. And I'll start. Yes, I am committed. I'm nodding my head and I'm willing to work with everyone at this table.
Wait a second. I will go through each person. I'm going to start with this. I'm going to start with the school committee. May I? Thank you. School committee, would you call on the members of your committee, please?
Absolutely, Madam President. I'll start with Mr. Pearson. Are you committed?
I believe my previous comments certainly articulate that I am very committed to moving forward and supporting the process and pursuing this opportunity.
Thank you. Mrs. Coutu?
I'm fully committed. And as I said, we need to invest in our schools.
Thank you. Mr. Florio?
Absolutely. Yes.
And that's a yes commitment from me as well.
Okay. Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes, and I hope that I would be considered for one of the seats on the committee. I'll go that far.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes, I not only support it, I'm really excited.
And yes, I am committed as I was before, but I have one caveat, and I would like to eliminate all negative comments. I heard a number of negative comments like no one will want to be on this committee again, and so on and so forth. And we have to start with a fresh slate. No more negative comments about the past. This is going forward to the future. I'm committed to the future and committed to a positive attitude by everybody on the committee. Ms. Ludwig has already committed herself.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yes. Mrs. Lima.
I'd feel a whole lot more comfortable if I knew who was grabbing the torch from this kumbaya. Who's going to start confirming bond numbers? Who's coordinating, putting the building committee together? Who's making sure that this is on agendas in the next month? Like, I'd love to have some of that settled before we walk away.
Okay, Mr. Levis, Mr. Carreno has suggested that the stage one be produced by September 15th, and that you could reuse materials. Is your staff able to do this?
Yes, I think the process has to be, it has to be initiated by myself or the superintendent. So we have to write a letter to RIDE, which that'll be a very simple process. And we have a meeting on August 11th. And so we can discuss the membership of the school building committee. And I would expect, or I would ask the town council on your next meeting to also put that on the agenda. And then I can work with Mr. Marchant in terms of making sure we look at the charter and the requirements by right. My understanding is, and I could be wrong, and maybe Mr. Gorham, you can help with this, but that the RIDE there are regulations around the school building authority, correct? So that's like state regulations and that require certain membership. I understand the charter says that the town council, it also makes up the membership.
Yes.
But I think if and again, I don't know if it's part of a regulation, Mario, but the added addition of having the school building authority assign a member to either be part of the committee, is that just that's just wanting to help. We've been under Commissioner Infante Green, we've been more proactive instead of reactive. So yeah, I joined the charter. It does, even though it does indicate certain individuals. I know that as myself, as superintendent, I sat on as what's the term, ex officio? Or
non-voting.
Non-voting. But I believe other members on the council, other members on the school building committee that were voting members, and maybe a principal, and they may not be a resident of Coventry. So I know, I don't want to violate the charter, and we'll probably need some legal interpretation around that. But
I don't see any problem reconciling the two.
Okay.
So, Mr. Levis, I will get back to you. We will review the charter to see what the requirements are. We'll also confirm with Mr. Carreno what the requirements are today. And then we will determine how we will go about interviewing people as we did the last time for positions on the committee.
I think we sent out an email. I know I sent out an email.
Yes, you did.
And then we brought those individuals to you to interview.
Madam President, may I say something?
Just a moment.
Sorry.
Did you want to recognize members of your group?
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Florio?
Yes, we had a different school building committee. We had, for instance, Mr. Hill would be on the school building committee, where we had Brian Steverman on the school building committee, and he ended up being the project manager as well. We had a lot of local residents on the school building committee, but ironically, we didn't have any educators. We didn't have any principals. We had citizens and we had professionals on the school building committee. And Mr. DC would come in once in a while, but most of the time, the school building committee were allowed to do the work that they were assigned to do,
Mr. Florio, if I could just interrupt, you're talking about a former school building committee. We are now in the present. And so where we go from there is a whole different ballgame. And I do believe Mr. Levis and Mr. Carreno will be able to help us with, because there are specific people that have to be on this committee. I'm sure that we will compile a very competent group of people to do this work. I'm fully confident that, and when that school building committee was formed last time, I'm not even sure what the regulations at RIDE were for that particular thing. So did they have stage 1 and 2 in the same process back in 2000 and whatever it was, 2000? I think we opened 2002.
2002, and
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Fro would be on the committee at
Mr.
times.
Florio, excuse me. I think we all promised that or committed that we would not talk about the past and that we would move forward in a very positive light. So let's continue in that vein. Mr. Levis has committed to getting out a letter to RIDE and working on the stage one that will be available in September to meet the deadline. I will work with Mr. Levis and Mr. Carreno and look at our charter to determine what the composition should be. I will send a message to the members of the council so they will be well aware of what the requirements are, and that when we have our meeting in August, we will announce the plan and we will start recruiting for membership. Does that sound agreeable?
And we did have council members on that.
Yes, we had 2 council members. Yes,
What about the magic number?
I think it's defined in our charter.
No, not for the committee. I'm saying the bond amount. What's the win? Who's looking into determining the window?
Mr. Carreno said that we didn't need that number immediately, but that has been the responsibility of Mr. Marchant.
That's correct. If you'd like to, I'd be happy to address that, and I will work with Mr. Carreno and finance and Mr. Levis and his finance team to come up with a plan. I think the number does have some flexibility, as Councillor LeBlanc mentioned, that there's a range, because if you do one building, just building a building, the number is the number. But if you replace a building, you get efficiencies. If you replace 2 buildings for one building, you get even more efficiencies. So your dollars stretch further. So you might be willing to do more construction than you would with just one building. So I think those factors affect the bond amount. The reimbursement rate is really high. So that also increases the rate at which the town recovers from an outlay of their credit. And recovering at a 70% rate means you're going to be able to do new projects sooner than you would if at a 58% rate. So we'll look at that.
Thank you so much. So in August, we will present at the town council meeting a status report of how far along we are for each of these items. We will also present a plan for the selection of members, recruitment of members, and we'll also present a timeline that will help keep us focused. Does that seem like we've covered everything? Okay. Anything else we need to cover? Okay, all set. Okay, Chairperson Patno, would you please close your meeting?
Yes, Madam President, thank you. I'd like to close the meeting of the school committee adjournment at 8:54. Could I have a motion, please?
I make a motion to close school committee meeting at 8:54 p.m.
Second the motion.
Mr. Florio,
Yes.
Mrs. Dos Reis Coutu,
Yes.
Mr. Pearson,
Yes.
Mrs. Patnode, yes. Our meeting is adjourned. Thank you so much for having this joint meeting.
Thank you. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Mr. Carreno will be in touch with you very soon. Thank you for volunteering to come and present this evening to keep us updated, and we're looking forward to working with you. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to declare a 5-minute recess.
Yeah, yeah. Oh my God, I can't take it.
I mean, there's people here for everything. Yeah, it's just they're going through the time.
Agenda G1, discussion and or action, amending resolution 2622-5369 from the Town of Coventry ARPA funds to an amount not to exceed 230,000 to paint the Trestle Bridge, which spans Route 117 and is near the intersection with Naughty Oak Road, Coventry, Rhode Island. This is reference page 31. There's a resolution. Mr. Marchant, could you please speak to the change in this amount, please? Mr. McGee, welcome.
Certainly, and I'll defer to Mr. McGee for clarification on the details. But in the original quote, we had reduced the amount by $25,000, which had been labeled as for the street safety and guidance. But when we went back to them to award the contract and move forward, they said that amount had also included mobilization fees and a whole bunch of other things that they couldn't reduce. And so we underrepresented the cost as a result. And so with the updated contracts and the costs and everything, this new resolution and would cover the entire costs of the scoped amount.
Okay, I'd like to have, before we ask any more questions, may I have a motion to approve the resolution?
I'll make a motion to approve the resolution.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Further discussion. Mr. McGee, comments, please?
Yes, good evening. We tried moving this along fairly quickly at the last meeting. The revised price from the contractor that was state approved was $202,000 for them to do their project, which included mobilization and temporary fencing for the walkway. We also, because of the temporary fencing, we found out through RI DEM, we did a physical alteration permit application with them, and we just got confirmation with them last week that we could move forward without having to go through an engineering study to paint the bridge. Believe me, you can't imagine. So we got through that portion. We're in the process of finalizing that. They gave us our submittals just to give to them. We did a traffic plan. That's all going in with our physical alteration permit. But now we have to remove a portion of the fence, and then they'll paint the inside of the fence where the temporary fence is going to go, reinstall that against the top deck, and then also redo that on the other side. Again, that's additional cost that we weren't anticipating having to do because they needed to remove that once we did an on-site inspection of what they going forward after we were ready to award the project to them. The sign contractor has looked at it because it is attached to the bridge with it's an 8-foot long sign on each side. They have to use a man lift in order to get up to take that sign down and have 2 people up there. Our bucket truck is not able to do that. So we won't be able to do that until they get there. The sign contractor said once we get it down, 3 to 4 weeks, he can turn that around for us. We don't have an exact price from him yet. So again, a lot of this, we're moving forward so that we get the window. They still have a window, this company, Blastall, in order to get the Trestle Bridge painted for us this summer in the August timeframe. They have an opening then. So we're trying to move quickly to get it done for you folks, to get it looking the way it's supposed to look. And I just want to confirm with everybody, I've confirmed with Mr. Marchant, but the color, we're looking to make a change to RI DEM blue. Is that correct? So, okay. And the sign will be similar to what we have on the other town signs. Will be white background with blue lettering with gold inlay. So we'll be able to be confident that we have all of the ongoing signage to be consistent throughout the town. This resolution tonight is just so that we can move forward. You approved, we could actually do the blast all piece of it with what you already approved, the 210,000, but that wouldn't include the sign, the fencing, and our part of the temporary, the police details that we're going to have to be there. It's going to be a 3 to 4 week process to get it done. So we're trying to get it done before school opens, trying to get it done before season comes, that's it's going to close down, and when the contractor can actually get the work done for us with an opening. Otherwise, we're looking at springtime.
Thank you. And I know we've discussed the color and having the town seal on it, et cetera. Could we get a mock-up that shows us in color what this bridge is going to look like, just to ensure that everything is just the way we have it in our mind?
A color I can give you, we'll try to do the best we can. Again, it's all these short time frames.
Right.
The sign, I'll do a mock-up with a seal on it.
Right.
My question, they have a tagline on the signs now. Do you want to continue with that same tagline?
Well, I think we had talked about no tagline.
No tagline.
We said no tagline.
That's even going to be cheaper for us. So
yeah, we said no tagline, but I think it'd be good if we could just see what it looks like, because that way we all in our mind have a vision of what this is, but you never know.
I will talk to the sign contractor and have them do a mock-up for us.
Thank you so much. Question, Mrs. Lima.
Not related to the resolution, but I just wanted to, I don't know when I'll talk about this again, but things that I want to make sure happen when the painting and blast or whatever needs to happen happens. If we can maybe put out our marquee sign on the side of 117 somewhere that lets people know that this is happening, traffic changes will be coming. If we can make sure we post this on town website, town social media, maybe we can say something to John Parenti. He can say something on the radio, but I just, I want to make sure that people are not so upset with the disruption and we don't hear, well, we didn't know about this and there's so much traffic down here. So I just want to make sure that we give plenary heads up and signage and everything else.
We had somebody calling today complaining about the peeling paint on the bridge, and all we can tell them it's in the works. So
okay,
but yes, we will make sure everything is advertised the best we can, but there will still be people that be.
Oh, I know. We won't make everybody happy, but I just
alternating traffic.
I want to be able to say we did A, B, C, D, E, F, G.
Yes.
So.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Okay, roll call vote. Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Shockley.
I just don't want this to come back in front of us. You have that the sign restoration is within this cost.
We did an estimate of what we balanced between 5,000 and 10. We put $7,500 cost. That's what I used for this. I had a fence relocation price that I did, and I put that price in there. I don't have all these magic numbers coming out of the air. So I'm trying to work with this to keep it moving at the same time. So to say it won't come back before you, I can say, okay, but.
Well, I guess.
It's pennies if it does, that's all.
I know, but do we have to approve pennies?
I don't know.
I know I want to do it. I just don't want to keep approving different amounts of money for it. And if we think it might be 235,000 as a high, and it ends up being 228, we don't have to do anything anymore, is, I guess, my point.
To the best of our knowledge, this should be enough to finish the project. If it's not, it's a decision we can just, if it's pennies, we'll just take pennies from other areas and get it done. But, because it is ARPA funds and we need to have it documented, we wanted to update the resolution so it reflects the accurate amount.
Okay, all set? All right, thank you. Roll call vote. Ms. Ludwig.
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc.
Yes.
Mrs. Lima.
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley.
Yes.
Mrs. Dickson, yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. Thank you very much, Mr. McGee.
Mrs. Dixon, before we start the next item, we had an item for payment benefit study to be taken off the agenda.
Yes.
I did fix for each one of you folks they extrapolated the cost by council district, each street, what that pavement condition index was. So what the cost would be for each street. Real well, I took the hand out for your future for you to read it. Hopefully we'll be on the August meeting for the presentation.
Okay, so Mr. McGee, please work with Mr. Marchant to let him know what you'd like as an agenda item for the August meeting, okay? I think that's August 22nd. Thank you.
I've already contacted that company and they are on board.
Is this the current District 5?
Sorry?
Is this the current version of District 5 or
That's the current.
the new?
That's the current.
So
Okay.
through September.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Just a bit list.
Thank you.
Okay, item G2. We have a resolution to approve the use of ARPA funds for the Department of Public Works fueling station project in the amount of $54,000 and the diesel emission fluid station of $26,400, reference pages 32 to 53. I would like a motion to separate these two items because there are two separate resolutions relating to these items, and I want to take one at a time. So may I have a motion to separate these two items?
I'll make a motion to separate.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Thank you. Roll call vote. Ms. Ludwig?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mrs. Dickson, yes. 5 yeas, no nays. So we'll take the first one. The resolution to approve the use of ARPA funds for the Department of Public Works fueling station project in the amount of $54,000. There is a problem because the agenda states 54,000 and the resolution, which is on page 34, states $65,412.98. I spoke with Mr. Marchant today and he said that the resolution amount of over 65,000 is the correct number, not what's stated in the agenda item. So I would like an amendment to change $54,000 to $65,412.98. May I have that amendment?
I'll make a motion to amend the amount to $65,412.98.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you.
Hold on.
Mrs. Lima?
I'm trying to follow along. So this resolution is only for one of the items here.
There were two separate resolutions.
Okay. All right. There we go.
Okay. So we have we have an amendment to the agenda item so that it corresponds to what's in the resolution of over $65,000. We have a second. Roll call vote for the amendment. Ms. Ludwig?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Point of clarification.
Yes.
Are we actually voting on this right now or just because we haven't even discussed it? Okay, sure. Yes.
Just the amendment. Ms. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mrs. Dickson, yes. Okay. Discussion on the resolution to approve the use of opera funds for the Department of Public Works fueling station project in the amount of $65,412.98. Questions, discussion. Mr. LeBlanc.
So I read through the packet. I understand why it's necessary, but what I don't like is just kind of not having a greater discussion on the ARPA funds and using them. I don't want this to continue to happen. These one-offs that just keep on appearing on town council agenda after town council agenda, like for 26,000, for 50,000. I still want to have that holistic. This is how much we're getting. This is what we believe is the best return. Because I mean, some of these costs, I believe, even on a level funded budget, we still have budgeted line items that we could use to fund these. Is that correct?
That is correct. We do have some budgeted for capital, but with the concerns of the increased cost of fuel that are already wreaking havoc on that part of the budget, we are concerned about conserving cash at the beginning of the year in these first few months, and that these are capital projects that have been long identified in the previous budget presentations and the CIP and then even in the strategic planning process, that because the state mandated necessity for this fueling station upgrade, that it would be appropriate to use ARPA funds and save our cash for later in the year and make sure we have enough to do these projects.
I hear you, but that can be said for a lot of things in this town. That it's been on the capital improvement for 5-10 years and it hasn't been spoken for. So I just, if we could, I don't know, I just would like to say that we should have a holistic, this is the entire amount of ARPA funds. This is what we believe instead of seeing these $26,000, $50,000 adjustments every single town council agenda. That's all. I would appreciate it. Thanks.
Mr. LeBlanc, I completely agree with you because the last time we voted for an item with the use of ARPA funds, I said the very same thing. We're cherry picking. We have one-off items and we don't have a grand plan. So we do need to have some type of grand plan. Mrs. Lima.
So I know what you guys are getting at. I know we did have that memo that split things out between town town sewer and I think fire and police. We don't know if the budget's going to pass Thursday, which includes capital being budgeted, and that could be an opportunity to use those funds if the budget's approved. So I know this is considered free money, but it would be nice to have this option available for other projects that are on the list too. Do we have a specific date by which we have to have these upgrades completed?
So these upgrades, as mentioned in the memo in your packet, were due. We had to begin construction by June 15th of 2022. So that's why these projects have already been started. I authorized these projects to go forward specifically so that we wouldn't be penalized or fined, and trying to avoid costs for the town that are adverse to our interests. And so a good portion of these projects have already been done, and we need authorization to pay for them, whether by capital, which has not been approved by the citizens for the current year budget, or by ARPA funds. These were mandated expenses that we needed to address. The first one more so than the second. The second one, there's a direct cost savings because of the efficiency we can gain by doing our diesel emissions fluids in bulk and out at the fueling station rather than in a small canister inside the garage. So both of those were moved forward together because they were kind of done as one project, and they were absolutely necessary.
Yeah, I don't deny that they're necessary and they have to be done and they're mandated. My rub is I'd love the opportunity to consider capital instead of ARPA, and think of ARPA as a last resort. But that's just my opinion.
I respect that opinion. My concern about ARPA funds is the deadline we have to spend those funds, or they get withdrawn from the town. So we've discussed ARPA funds many times, and I think it would be very helpful to have a decision from the council as to what strategy they want to use for expending those funds.
We'll put that on the August agenda to talk about strategy. Okay, question, Ms. Ludwig.
I'll echo the comments from the counselors on my right. Specifically, I've also been asking for a list of all the ARPA funds that we've been using and what we have left. I think I saw an email earlier today, but I did not have time to open it.
It was there.
Yeah, but I didn't see it. So again, this is like a one-off that we're looking to approve, and I know this is important for you, and I know there's a deadline, but I kind of, can I not approve this? No, right? Because then we're in trouble with the state.
The state will close us down. They had said that they will close us down, and then we're
exactly. And of course, I don't want that to happen. So I'm not really voting on this. This is kind of like this is a hostage situation for me to say yes to, or I say, okay, no ARPA funds. We could do it out of the general fund. So I completely agree. We need another ARPA discussion. Thank you for sending the list. I think we need to have a general discussion on what the council wants to do. And then specifically what I have brought up to the manager and to the president, and I'd like to make the rest of the audience aware, is that we have not set out guidelines for the ARPA funds. There have only been a handful of groups that have approached the council for these funds, including the fire departments or districts in town, and then a handful of, I believe, Lake Association, and no one else has come in for these funds. I have no way. I can't just say, here's my opinion on how I want to let ARPA funds go out, because I have no idea what these groups, except for the 5 minutes in public comment they gave in January, I don't even know if they had a hardship due to COVID. So I would like to come up with a suggested list of questions that every person who has requested ARPA funds from us needs to answer, so that we can better determine whether those funds fall under revenue loss, et cetera, wherever it needs to fall under. And it would be a fair process to anyone who has come in to the council and asked for money. I'm not talking about a 50-page survey. talking about like 5 questions. Did you experience a hardship in COVID, and what was that? Can you quantify the expenditure? So for example, in the fire districts, what was the revenue loss? Like I'm not going to entertain personally a percentage amount that was talked about in January just because they happen to think that that's what's fair. I want to take a look at everyone who's come in that has requested ARPA funds and be able to look at those needs against each other, which right now really aren't that many. There's only a handful of people that have come in for it. So I would like to suggest that I'm happy to put forward a few questions that we could give to the manager to get that information. I don't think it has to be a long process, but I do think it has to be a fair process to the people so they understand what questions we have of them. And they're the same questions that we ask of every person or group that has come in and asked for the funds.
So, Mr. Marchant, can you develop a questionnaire to survey the people who have asked for ARPA funds so that we can have this information available to us for the August meeting?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Mr. LeBlanc.
Just to follow up to some of Mr. Marchant's comments, I think he said for the most part, at least one of these has already pretty much been completed. I'm a little concerned by that because I don't think the funding was in place before the project started. Do you know how many other projects have already commenced without town council approval?
And none others, just these 2.
Okay. Because that's putting the cart before the horses on that one. I would just prefer that all these, I mean, these are tens of thousands of dollars, and I'm pretty sure they need our approval first. So just going forward, I'd appreciate it. Thanks.
Okay, there is a motion and a second and an amendment. 1 minute, an amendment on the floor. Mrs. Shockley?
Yeah, thank you. So in the budget that's going forward to the voters, this was part of the capital budget.
It's so with the capital budget, we had a list of capital project items that far exceeded the amount budgeted in the budget.
Right. So let's just keep in mind right now we're robbing Peter to pay Paul. Let's keep in mind that this was a DPW expense from our ARPA funds as we're looking to hopefully utilize our capital funds for the 23 budget. If that's not an option, I understand that this may have to come from ARPA funds, but I don't know if there is a way of approving it to come from ARPA if it cannot come from the capital budget. And that may be a question for Mr. Gorham. We're approving the expenditure, but does it have to be, I know with ARPA funds, we have to approve money from there. But if in 2 days our budget is approved, that opens up a funding source.
It would. Again, with having the uncertainty of our budget and the timing of the project and being this early in the budget year, we know that there are changes to the budget that are beyond our control. The General Assembly just approved last month that also changed our expectations for revenues in the motor vehicle tax. And so we want to be as very, conscientious to forestall expending funds to preserve our cash to offset those differences. And so I strongly recommend that we use ARPA funds for these 2 projects specifically, but that we can come back and look at any other projects throughout the year at such time as we know that we have the resources in the budget to keep it balanced and to keep on top of things.
Question, Mrs. Lima.
I just want to recap things that we didn't like about this specific item so we know for the future, because you said you wanted feedback on how to strategically spend this. One, project was already started and we didn't even know it. And it was already predetermined that you were going to use these funds, and we didn't get any options to consider for alternative funding sources. So it's like, it doesn't really matter if we had an opinion at all. You're basically saying, I made these decisions and I need you to vote on them now. And I don't think anyone up here appreciates being put in that position. there's, of course, other things we would love to consider. And like Vice President Ludwig said, there are people that have come forward. It's not like we have this unlimited pool of money that we can do whatever we want with. $10 million goes fast, especially in a town where you have a $114 million budget. So it's, once again, because we're hearing now, if we don't approve this, that these stations are going to shut down, and that's being put on us. And again, this council is having a foot on the back of its neck to make a decision, and that's not fair. Yet again. So it's like, what are we supposed to, again, it doesn't matter what we think. It doesn't matter what our opinion is, because it's a hostage situation. I'm just incredibly disappointed.
There is always the option to amend the resolution so that the money does not come from ARPA funds. That's still an option.
I would agree with President Dickson on that. I mean, I'm not in favor of taking from ARPA. Not only would we have capital if the budget is approved, we also would have the contingency fund that has hundreds of thousands of dollars more this year than it did last. So I completely agree with you, but I don't know if this can wait till the next meeting.
But if you wish to make an amendment that the money come from the contingency fund,
I wish to table it.
Oh, you wish to table it. Okay. Tabling it is an option till August 22nd. However, what does that do as far as the project has already started? How do we pay for this if we table the decision to even approve the expenditure?
We'll have to pay the bills late. I mean, that's the only thing. The second item before you, the DEF station, all we did was we put the concrete.
Excuse me, Mr. McGee, I appreciate the discussion, but I want to take one item at a time, because we're right now, we're still on the fueling station. So let's resolve this issue and then we move on to the next one.
I'm just trying to say that both have not been completed yet. The DEF has not been started yet. In its totality, the fueling station had to be done and had to be shown that to DEM. So that is already completed. So that the fueling station, along with the things that we found, the contaminated soils, the electrical explosion potential that could have been there with the rotted pipes, those have all been rectified. We had more concrete work that we had to do because more work had to be done with sumps. I understand your frustration about timing. Once again, this was in my original operating budget. It was removed and said that we were going to take it out of, same as my roads. Those were taken out, saying we're going to use opera funds for these items. So we kept the budget down at 2.75. That was rejected. This is not in my budget now. And if this budget that's before us a couple of days doesn't pass, there's some catastrophic changes that have to be made because of expenses that are in the market right now that we never budgeted for when we did last year's budget. When fuel, we budgeted at $2.20 a gallon, and here we are now at $4 a gallon. So there's that change that we have to deal with, it plus many others in availability and price and freight. So what I started to say, man, was that the DEF we don't have to take tonight. If you want to wait to make that decision, the fuel facility is something that is more important because it has been completed and the work has been done to meet the DM deadline.
Okay, so you're saying that the fueling station, the work has been done, and we really need to decide to approve it and also where the money is going to come from.
Yes,
and the second one we could table. Is that what you're saying?
That is what I'm saying. And if that was what you folks want to do first and decide where that money is going to come from.
Okay.
We can discuss that at a different time.
Okay, excellent. Okay. All right. Other questions or comments? Mrs. Shockley.
So did we end up utilizing all of our contingency from the 22 budget? We did end up using that.
Okay. Okay. Right now, we have a motion and a second that has been approved. We have an amended motion here to approve the use of opera funds for the Department of Public Works fueling station project in the amount of $65,412.98. Any other discussion?
Well,
Mrs. Lima.
Sounds like we need to make an amendment. I mean, Mr. Gorham, is there a way to put something in here that says we'd prefer it be from capital improvement funds, and if they're not available, then goes to ARPA? I mean, is that a possibility?
Yeah, of course you can do that.
What would that language read
I
like?
have to, so what are the two funds you're considering again?
Contingency fund and ARPA.
No, capital.
Oh,
Capital
Capital,
and ARPA.
Capital improvement.
capital improvement funds.
FY 22-23, correct?
Yes.
So, and that's the first preference. So, right? Isn't that the first preference? So just make the motion that the funds, the source of the funds shall be capital improvement 22-20 FY. Actually, it's yeah,
22,
23
22,
budget.
23.
But if such funds shall not be available, then the second source.
For to
Of
ARPA.
course, yeah, you can do that.
I'll make a motion to amend.
So the resolution went to approve the use of capital improvement funds for FY 22-23, if available. If not available, the use of ARPA funds for the Department of Public Works fueling station project in the amount of $65,412.98. Do I have a motion for the amendment? I think
I've made the
seconded.
motion, yes.
Okay. Do I
I'll
have a
second it.
second? Thank you.
Just,
Any more
Quick.
discussion? Mrs.
I know you're in the line of fire and I don't want you to be, but
Okay.
I just feel like every decision we make up here is a hostage situation. So I don't want you to think that this
I
is,
understand.
yeah,
Okay, are we ready for the vote?
yes.
Okay. Ms. Ludwig,
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc,
Yes.
Mrs. Lima,
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley,
Yes.
Mrs. Dickson, yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The amended motion is approved. Thank you. Okay,
And I'll make a motion to
Now-
table the emission fluid station.
We have to vote on this resolution now as amended.
Oh, sorry.
okay. Roll call vote for the amended resolution. Resolution to approve the use of CIP funds for FY 22-23, if not available, then the use of ARPA funds for the Department of Public Works fueling station project in the amount of $65,412.98. Roll call vote. Miss Ludwig,
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc,
Yes.
Mrs. Lima,
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley,
Yes.
Mrs. Dickson, 5 yeas, no nays. Thank you, Mr. McGee.
Thank you.
Okay, now we need a motion to table the fluid station discussion.
I'll make a motion to table.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, discussion. Mrs. Shockley.
I guess I wonder with this, it showed a decent amount of savings from doing this.
Yes.
On paying for fuel. So I guess I wonder, due to the savings, if we shouldn't make a motion in the same vein as for the fuel facility, and we'll pay for it from capital, which is something we'd already planned to do. Otherwise, from ARPA, only because of the savings that it can generate for us in this high fuel environment.
That makes sense. I'll withdraw my second motion.
Okay, thank you. We need two amendments for this particular one because the amount in the agenda does not correspond to the amount in the resolution. So first I will need an amendment to change the resolution to approve the diesel emission fluid station in the amount of $29,985. The resolution is on page 51. So do I have a motion to amend the amount?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. May I have a second? Second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Okay, roll call vote.
I have a quick question.
Certainly.
What does that, what does that, $3,000 difference do to the amount of savings
Well, yeah,
that we're,
by buying it in the larger quantities, we'll be able to save 85 cents a gallon at today's rate. If that continues to go up, we will save more. And as more trucks come online with the newer technologies that require, mandated by federal government, that they have the DEF system on,
Right.
that savings will increase.
So you'd already factored that savings into this. It's $28,985. I'm not sure if that's what you said.
No.
I think you said 29. It's
29.
20.
The resolution says 28,000, man.
Okay, let me go check it on that page 51. Yeah, 51. I'm sorry, it's 28,900. Thank you. $28,985.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. So I have a motion and a second to amend the motion to the amount to $28,985. Any more discussion? Okay. Roll call vote. Ms. Ludwig? We're changing the amount only.
28.
So the amount in the agenda does not correspond to the amount in the
We're not voting on the
resolution.
resolution.
I understand. Why aren't we doing the amendment all at once to include
Do you
the,
want to do one amendment at a time?
No, that's not true.
that doesn't sound right.
You can
That
do
doesn't
both
sound
at
right.
once.
Mr.
Just do the whole amendment right now.
Mr. Gorham, can we make two changes in the motion? I mean, in the resolution? Motion
Amend
bef-
it once and then amend it again?
No.
No, we have to amend it.
Yeah, you can do them all at once.
Can we do it all at once? Okay, that's fine. Okay. Would someone like to make an amendment?
Yes, I'll make the amendment that we would like to pay the $28,985 out of the fiscal year 23 capital budget. As an alternative, if those funds aren't available, we will pay through ARPA funds.
I'll second.
Any discussion?
No.
Roll call vote. Ms. Ludwig?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mrs. Dickson, yes. 5 yeas, no nays for the amendment. We'll now vote for the amended motion. Resolution to approve the diesel emission fluid station in the amount of $28,985 with the money coming from, with the source of funds coming from the capital improvement project funds for fiscal year 22-23. If not available, then from the ARPA funds.
We just have to vote.
Yeah, I think we just have to vote.
We just have to
Yes.
vote at this point.
Yes, we do. I'm just keeping my notes. Ms. Ludwig,
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc,
Yes.
Mrs. Lima,
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley,
Yes.
Mrs. Dickson, 5 yeas, no nays. Okay. So both of them have been approved in the correct amount contingent upon the budget vote. Thank you. It took a while. Thank you. Next, C3. This is another one that needs a split because the resolution for one is on page 54 and the resolution for the other is on 75.
I'll make a motion to split.
Thank you.
Second.
Second, any discussion? Okay, roll call. Ms. Ludwig?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mrs. Dickson, yes. 5 yeas, no nays. Motion to split is approved. Okay, I need a motion to approve the Coventry Sewer Committee recommendation for approval of sewer tie-in located at 0 Arizona Street, Huntley Building, Plat 38, Lot 67 and 68. Reference pages 54 to 92. The resolution is on page 54.
I'll make the motion.
Thank you.
Second.
Yeah, thank you. Any discussion? Okay, Ms. Ludwig? Roll call vote.
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Ms. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mrs. Dickson, yes. 5 yeas, no nays. Next, may I have a motion for the Coventry Sewer Subcommittee recommendation for approval of sewer tie-ins located at 91 to 93 Sandy Bottom Road Harrington Building, Plat 38, Lot 126, reference pages 54 to 92, and the resolution is on page 75. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Okay.
Hang on 1 second, President Dickson,
Yes.
if you don't mind. I'm on the right page. Here it is. Yes. So just wanted to be on the record that page 77 of 165 is actually incorrect. And it's related to this property. I had asked at the sewer subcommittee level if there really was this large of an assessment, $290,880 for this tie-in. And after some research, it's actually not true. Mr. Marchant, if you could just confirm.
That is correct. They had entered into the assessment program 2009, so they were already paying an assessment. So no new assessment was to be assessed.
Thank you. I just wanted the council to know that. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Okay, roll call vote. Ms. Ludwig?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mrs. Dickson? Yes, 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. Item number 4, Coventry Sewer Subcommittee recommendation for sewer capacity allocation for Murray LLC, Blackrock Apartments, Plat 63, Lot 49, reference pages 93 to 100. The resolution is on page 93. May I have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
May I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? A roll call vote. Ms. Ludwig?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mrs. Dickson? Yes, 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. Next, resolution authorizing the Town of Coventry to consent to mutual aid agreement with Town of East Greenwich, Town of Forster, Town of Situate, Town of West Greenwich, and the Town of West Warwick with respect to its police departments. Reference pages 101 to 112. The resolution is on page 101. Chief Heiss, please. First of all, may I have a motion to approve the resolution?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second.
Discussion. Chief Heiss, please.
We currently have mutual aid agreements with those communities. This allows us actually to enter into agreements with other communities like the state.
Is it on?
Thank you.
So it could be for like parades, or it could be for if you had a DUI task force or something like that. We could provide services for that. So. Truly, it's just, this is different. It's going across the whole state now.
Oh,
It was a change in the 2021 law. They made a change that would allow us to do this now statewide, non-emergency.
Okay. Mr. LeBlanc?
Is there any cost to the town associated with this?
No, it's similar to the ones we currently have.
Okay, so there's nothing negative. It's just getting us additional benefits, essentially.
Additional benefits. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? Comments? Okay, roll call vote. Ms. Ludwig?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mrs. Dickson? Yes, 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. Thank you for your patience in waiting so long. Next, item 6, resolution authorizing the town manager to enter into an agreement with CGI to provide video and marketing services to the town of Coventry, reference pages 113 to 116. The resolution is on page 114. May I have a motion?
So moved.
May I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Any discussion, any questions that any member of the council would like to ask? Okay. Roll call vote. Ms. Ludwig?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mrs. Dickson? Yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. Next, residents request to have the Coventry Town Council send a letter to the Rhode Island Department of Transportation asking that preventive measures be taken to restrict parking between the Isle of Capri and Lakehurst Drive. May I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Discussion. Senator Rep. Tack has approached me to ask the council to send a letter to RIDOT on behalf of the residents. The Senator Arthur Bovis from DOT and the town manager met on site to discuss the neighbors' concerns about the area. I did receive letters from residents asking that we would please send this letter to RIDOT. Once the letter is received by RIDOT, and they were the ones who requested the letter from the council, that they would look into the situation to determine what could be done to really restrict the parking area between the Isle of Capri and along Hill Farm Road up to Lakehurst Drive. Mrs. Lima.
So understand what's being asked of us, but are we going to have, are people who park there now, are they residents? Like, I need a little bit more on the environment and who is parking there? How packed is it? Like, is this a safety thing? Have there been accidents? Like, some history would be great before I sign my name to this.
Certainly. I'm going to call Chief Heiss up because he has participated in these discussions and the police department has been called over to the area several times. So he's going to.
And Isle of Capri is along the pond, correct? No?
It's on the other side of the street. Yes.
So there are pond resident owners that live on that road, right? Okay.
This is a parking area. Chief Heiss can explain where it is located. Chief
So it's
Heiss.
the bridge off of Hill Farm Road that people jump off of.
Oh, yeah.
That's the spot. We haven't had a lot of calls for service over there. I looked at the calls for service, I think like within the last 2 years or so, it was like 4 calls. As far as the issues, some people don't like that they're fishing over there, making noise and things like that. It's kind of a mixed thing as far as what people view on there, but there are some residents that complain about it.
So this is not something that would make it through the town's traffic committee is what you're saying, because there's no safety speeding issues.
The cars are off the road. It's not an issue with that. If you walk over and look at the area, I sent photographs to town manager. There's areas they can be off the road and fish and do things like that, but there is some contentious attitudes towards it with certain people.
So what is it? They don't want to look at people's cars parked there, or what?
Well, some complain about the noise later on at night, but we haven't had the calls of service for me to say that's an issue for us.
Okay. So today the ask is they want the council to sign on to pursue RIDOT installing or investigating, or what's happening from a vote on this tonight?
From what I just gathered from the letter, they're asking for you guys to send a letter to prohibit parking there or have DOT prohibit parking.
Okay.
So when you're driving down Hill Farm Road, there's an area that's kind of been cleared. Since I've been on 26 years now, and people fish there and park.
Are there other points of public access to fish along the pond, or by prohibiting parking, do you kind of eliminate people being able to do that?
It's not technically a designated fishing area. It's just area that people fish from.
Okay. Thank you.
It's not a swimming area either. It's
Mr. LeBlanc.
One question, one comment. If this materializes, is there going to be any cost to the town to do some kind of painting, some signs or anything like that? Or would the state be responsible, or do we not know?
The state is responsible.
Okay. And then my comment, I've had a couple conversations with Senator Reptak and I believe, to my knowledge, the residents don't appreciate the fact that it's sometimes it's either out of towners or out of staters coming, parking there and fishing. Is just to kind of give a little color, at least. Just wanted you guys to know. Thanks.
Okay. Ms. Ludwig.
So I'm still confused at what we're being asked to do, because I don't understand how it's RIDOT's responsibility. I know you just answered that, but I don't believe it's RIDOT's responsibility to stop cars from parking on a non-state road.
It's a state road.
It is a state.
Which part is, where is Isle of Capri? Is it actually off of Hill Farm?
Yes. if you're traveling, would be north, it would be on the right side, excuse me, the left side. It's a little triangle area where people pull in and park. It's right next to the fenced off bridge. And that's where people park and congregate. And they either they park their car and they fish from the bridge, or they jump off the bridge.
So personally, I don't know why the entire council is being asked for this when this is a particular district. I don't have enough information. I don't understand why we're being asked. And I don't want to necessarily rule against this. It sounds like we're being asked to do something, but this feels like a district issue, not a council issue. So I'm a bit confused why the entire council is being asked to write a letter or sign our names to something. That's not a resolution. It's not. I don't have enough information to be comfortable making an entire council decision on something that feels like a district issue.
I received a phone call from Senator Raptakis, and I'm relating what he said. He said that he met with Arthur Bovis, the DOT representative, and I think Mr. Marchant, Mr. Marchant is me. I think he also met with them, and they viewed the area, and they were provided pictures. And they said, this is what Roger Reardon, relayed to me in an email. Cars, trucks are parked there day and night. They are parked the wrong way and partially in the road. The people who are hanging out there are shooting fireworks at night. Music is loud. And when leaving, they are spinning their tires. There have been as many as 14 cars parked there at any given time. The people are throwing their garbage and debris in the woods and roadway where they park. Much of the litter makes its way into the pond. DOT did install a fence across the bridge to discourage people from jumping off into the pond. This new fence was vandalized within 1 month of being installed. The side of the fence that was vandalized and broken has not been fixed or repaired. In the woods where these people park, someone has brought a large barrel and some nights they've started a fire in this. This is a chronic problem, and despite our complaints, no action or remedy has ever been taken. Mr. Marchant, did you participate in this meeting at the Isle of Capri with Senator Raptakis and Representative DOT?
Not on site. I did participate in a Zoom call.
Okay, could you relate to us what was the nature of that Zoom call?
Yeah, Senator Raptakis and DOT indicated that there was a problem here, and that because this was a town road, that there was an interest in it's in town. Sorry, it's a state maintained road, but any improvements to this area based on these complaints, they wanted a letter from the town indicating an interest in having it addressed, and so. They didn't want to proceed on their own initiative. They wanted some indication from the town that this was a desirable change to make to this section of the road.
Okay. Mrs. Lima.
A couple of things. One, I still don't understand why we need to be involved. For example, there was an issue on Washington Street, diagonally across from Our Lady of Chesterhover Church. Chief Heist knows what I'm talking about. There's a house that lives next to a multi-tenant building that has no available parking. So what was happening was the tenants were parking on the sidewalk and blocking the driveway of the single family home next door. So her trash wasn't getting picked up and she wasn't able to leave her driveway, and they had just redone their sidewalk and it was getting driven on. That issue was resolved within the confines of the police and the traffic committee. It didn't need to come to the full council. And 117 is a state road. I also worry about the precedent we're setting here of that if anyone doesn't like where someone parks, then the entire town council gets involved, because then it's going to be, well, you voted to stop parking over here for these people, so why won't you do it for me? We don't have a barometer for what constitutes stopping to allow somebody to park somewhere and what people should be allowed to park for. I think this is something that the neighborhood and that specific district is best suited to work out with our town staff themselves. Who am I to make a decision about how that neighborhood should be handled or what activity? I mean, I don't know. To me, I think this could have been handled and should be handled at a staff level and shouldn't have been escalated all the way up here. I don't know why this is being made into a huge deal and involving us.
Well, it's not being made into a huge deal. It was a request by Senator Raptakis, who met with our Rhode Island DOT and asked us to consider this. And I'd like your opinion, Chief Heiss, because you've been out to the area and you're familiar with the area.
So part of the conversation that took place during the meeting was that DOT doesn't want to be basically responsible for changing this area if it's not what the community wants as a whole. So that's, I think, why it was elevated to your level.
And what exactly would they do? Simply put up no parking signs, or would they put barriers across that little triangular area where people are parking now?
So there was discussion of different options, improving it, like, when they donate like spaces and people would upkeep it themselves. Adopt a spot. That's it. There was talk of that, but the question is, that area right there is private property. So at what point is a state road? That's the part I'm not familiar with. So how much of that land do they actually own versus?
So it's a question as to whether that area where people park is actually owned by the state or not?
Well, I just don't know the frontage or the footage that the state would actually own, because it is private property in that area.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? Mrs. Lima?
Yes, I think there was an opportunity here to resolve this without having to come to the council. Just because someone told you to put something on agenda doesn't mean you had to go that route. I feel like there's some exploration that still needs to occur before, or even if at all, it needs to come to the council. So I would motion to table this. And I don't want to disrespect the ask of residents, but there's precedent that's set here. We should have processes for these requests. And again, I would make a motion to table.
Okay, we have a motion to table.
I'll second it.
A second?
Yeah, Jamie seconded.
Okay. Roll call vote. Ms. Ludwig?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mrs. Dickson, yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion is tabled. Thank you, Chief Heiss. Town Council update. This will be very brief. Just a reminder to vote on July 28th, 2022. That's Thursday, for the Town of Coventry budget for fiscal year 22-23. We have been conducting a very active Get Out the Vote campaign. Things are moving along according to our project plan, and we hope that people will come out and vote. And also, as a reminder, the town financial meeting will occur Tuesday at 7 p.m. in this chamber. And that is an opportunity for residents to ask any questions that they would like to ask. Superintendent Levis will make a brief presentation, as will Mr. Marchant, and anyone who is present will be able to ask any questions in preparation for voting on Thursday. Mr. Marchant, your updates, please.
Yes, the sewer wastewater facilities plan update is in progress. Fussin O'Neill has been in the process of putting together requests for information. Tomorrow we have a meeting with Weston and Sampson to go over information requests and move that process along. They have been in communication now with our other consultant, Beta Group, on the comprehensive plan, so that we can coordinate some of the public engagement and the integration of these two planning procedures to fully round out the comprehensive plan. The fiscal year 21 audit is still under review by the town auditor, and we are looking forward to getting draft financial statements soon.
Any questions for Mr. Marchant? Okay, continuing on. Mr. Marchant, we have limited time. I'm going to ask for a motion to postpone consent agenda number 1. Mr. Gorham, do you need number 2 to be voted on this evening?
The resolutions were just handed out. We discussed each of these situations. Discuss
that's
number
right.
3 in closed session. So I think we're ready on that. If you want to,
What about number 2? We have to
Number
go
2.
through, we have to go through.
Yeah.
We can postpone number 1.
We can postpone number 1. I'd recommend voting on 2 and 3.
I'll make a motion
May
to
I have
table
a
number 1.
motion? May I have-
Second.
May I have a motion to postpone performance audit discussion to August 22nd?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. May I have a
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Roll call vote. Ms. Ludwig?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mrs. Dickson, 5 yeas, no nays. Discussion of the performance audit will be postponed to August 22nd. Item number 2. Mr. Gorham, does this need to be voted on this evening?
it's just to enable the town manager to sign a purchase and sale agreement to preserve 110 acres of land. We have a small role in it, which is to, because the DEM cannot take title to land that's under a lease, the State Properties Committee probably would never approve that. That was carved out by the DEM, proposed to be owned by the town. It's subject to a solar lease that the Pettigrews had or have, and the town will receive the 8 acres in fee requiring a subdivision. And the town will also receive all of the revenue from the lease that Ms. Pettigrew is giving up as part of this assignment. It's going to be assigned to the town. Yes.
Okay, thank you. So may I have Mr. I would like to get a motion first.
I'll make a motion.
Okay,
Second.
any other discussion? Mr. LeBlanc?
A comment and then a question. We've already discussed this topic before.
Yes.
And I recall there was an attorney in the audience, and he was essentially saying that we couldn't vote on it. So I just would like some clarification.
Sure. It's in the agreement, which is part of your packet. The agreement readily acknowledges that there is a right of first refusal I wasn't here for that attorney, but I believe the point he made is that his client, Dana Pettigrew, has a right of first refusal. So the agreement readily acknowledges that, and it will have to be dealt with if it's exercised. Could result in the whole deal going south.
Appreciate the clarification. Just wanted to ask the question for the public.
Sure.
I knew it was the material. Thanks.
Okay, any other discussion? So we have a motion and a second resolution authorizing the town manager to enter an agreement with Rhode Island DEM for acquisition of 110 acres of land, Plat 314, Lot 75, off Lewis Farm Road and along Trestle Trail, inclusive of fee simple interest in 8-acre solar array located thereon. Town to own 8-acre solar array land in fee simple plus 50% of all revenue therefrom. All 110 acres of land, including solar array, to be subject to conservation easement to be held by DEM. DEM to own fee simple interest in 102 acres of land. Entire acquisition paid for by Rhode Island DEM, no cost to the town. Any other discussion? Mrs. Lima?
Can we just clarify for the public that this isn't a solar farm being jammed down residents' throats and then it's going to have to go through all proper channels?
It's an existing.
Oh, it's existing. Oh, okay. All right. Just want to make
Already
sure.
there.
Yes, it's already there.
And when the lease ends, it's going to end. It's the requirement of the agreement with DEM is that it be turned into, it's subject to the conservation easement. So then it has to be preserved after the lease runs out. It's a very large piece of land along the Trestle Trail as well, just so you know, the Coventry Greenway. So it's a good acquisition.
Okay, any other discussion? Okay, roll call vote. Ms. Ludwig?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley? Mrs.
Yes.
Dixon? Yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. Next, item 3. May I have a motion that the solicitor prepare a statement to the Coutu family that indicates the Town of Coventry does not want to contest any interest in the property at 135 Hill Street, Coventry Plat 103, Lot 44.
Make the motion.
Thank you.
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call vote. Ms. Ludwig?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mrs. Dixon, yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. Next, item J. Motions for town council discussion and or action on proposed November 8th, 2022 ballot referendum from the Charter Review Commission and council members. Ballot question motion, shall section 3.01 be amended so that in addition to the 5 existing members of the town council, 1 from each of the 5 districts, there shall be 2 at-large town council members who shall be elected townwide by all of the electors of the town, whose term of office shall be the same number of years as the 5 existing council members. May I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
May I have
Second.
a second? Discussion. Okay, roll call vote. Ms. Ludwig.
No.
Mr. LeBlanc.
Yes.
Mrs. Lima.
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley.
Yes.
Mrs. Dickson. No. 3 yeas, 2 nays. Motion passes. Next. Ballot question motion, shall section 3.01 be amended so the term of office of all members of the town council shall be 2 years and not 4 years. May I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
May I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call vote. Ms. Ludwig.
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc.
Yes.
Mrs. Lima.
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley.
Yes.
Mrs. Dickson, no. 4 yeas, 1 nay. The motion passes. Next, ballot question motion. Shall the town council compensation be increased to no less than $4,500 and not more than $6,500, and an additional allowance of $1,500 for the president of the council by amendment to section 3.10? May I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
May I have a second?
I'll second it.
Any discussion?
I'd like to make an amendment to the ballot question, if it's
Certainly.
possible. Change the word compensation to stipend.
I'll second that.
So you have amendment to change the word, Mr. Gorham.
You're right. This is just the question, but we have to remember to do it in the charter text too.
Okay. So we have an amendment to change the word compensation to stipend. We have a motion. We have a motion. We have a second. Any discussion? Okay, roll call vote. To change the amendment to change the word compensation to stipend.
Listening to your comments last.
On the ballot question.
Did you all hear that? Got it.
Cody, Marcotte.
Point of order?
Okay, Ms. Ludwig,
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc.
Yes.
Mrs. Lima.
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley.
Yes.
Mrs. Dickson, yes. 5 yeas, no nays. Okay. Okay, now we'll vote on the motion. Shall town council member stipends be increased to no less than $4,500 and not more than $6,500, and an additional allowance of $1,500 for the president of the council by amendment to section 310. Motion,
I'll make a motion.
second?
No, we're just voting now. We're voting on the amended motion
Voting
now.
on the amended motion. Yes, okay. I believe we have to repeat it. Okay.
No.
Ms. Ludwig?
Are we?
On the amended motion in which we changed the word compensation to stipend.
No.
Wait, what?
She's voting no to the overall thing. She
Oh,
wants to
okay.
change the word stipend, but not.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Just a moment. Mr. LeBlanc,
Yes.
Mrs. Lima,
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley,
No.
Mrs. Dickson, yes. 3 yeas, 2 nays, the motion passes. Next, ballot question motion, shall section 4.01 be amended so that in addition to the 5 existing members of the school committee, 1 from each of the 5 districts, there shall be 2 at-large school committee members who shall be elected townwide by all of the electors of the town, whose term of office shall be the same number of years as the 5 existing town council members. May I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
May I have a second?
Second.
Discussion. Roll call vote. Ms. Ludwig.
No.
Mr. LeBlanc.
Yes.
Mrs. Lima.
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley.
Yes.
Mrs. Dickson, no. 3 yeas, 2 nays, the motion passes. Next. Shall section 4.02 be amended so the term of office of all members of the school committee shall be 2 years and not 4 years? May I have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
May I have a second?
I'll second it.
Discussion. Mr. LeBlanc.
I believe this question is for town solicitor. There was discussion that there's a Rhode Island state law that says that for a school committee, it has to be 4 years. I just want to clarify with you that we can actually make this change.
I believe you can. I gave my reasons last time. The Santilli case authorizes that, well, it's a Supreme Court of Rhode Island case. And it says that if an amendment has been made to a charter to do something like this, that is to do something that is contrary to the general laws, and it's approved by the General Assembly, that is an exception to the rule that you otherwise cannot contravene a general law on something like this. Same explanation I gave last time.
Okay. No, perfect. Just wanted to reiterate that. And I think you were just missing one particular piece. The taxpayers also need to, or the voters, registered voters need to also approve said charter change. You said it was town council and general assembly.
I apologize to all the voters who are going to vote.
Just wanted to clarify because they're quite important on these changes.
I appreciate it.
Thanks.
Other discussion? Okay, roll call vote. Ms. Ludwig.
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc.
Yes.
Mrs. Lima.
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley.
Yes.
Mrs. Dickson, no. 4 yeas, 1 nay. The motion passes. Next ballot question. Shall every school building committee include the town finance director and the Coventry Public School finance director as ex officio members by amending section 4.07? May I have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
May I have a second?
Second.
Discussion. Roll call vote. Ms. Ludwig?
No.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
No.
Mrs. Dickson? No. Two yeas, no nay, 2 yeas, 3 nays. The motion does not pass. Next, ballot question motion. Shall school committee member compensation be increased to no less than $4,500 and not more than $6,500, and an additional allowance of $1,500 for the president of the school committee by amendment to section 4.0. We need 2 amendments here. One is on, I would assume, compensation to stipend. Is that correct, Mr. LeBlanc?
That's correct.
Okay, and the next one we would have to do for the chair, because the school committee does not have a president, it has a chair. So could you make the amendment that includes both of those changes, please?
We've got to open it up with a motion second, Jenny first.
Yes, that's true. May I have a motion for the ballot question as I read it?
I'll make the motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Discussion.
I'll make an amendment to the ballot question to change the word compensation to stipends and change the word president to chair.
Thank you. May I have a motion?
I'll make a second.
Second. Excuse me. Roll call vote. Oh, any discussion? Roll call vote. Ms. Ludwig?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
No.
This is just for the stipend.
Oh, sorry. Yes. I was.
Mrs. Dickson? Yes. Okay. The amendment passes 5 yeas, no nays. The amendment passes. Okay. Vote, shall the school committee's member stipend be increased to no less than $4,500 and not more than $6,500, and an additional allowance of $1,500 for the chair of the school committee by amendment to section 4.0. We have a motion for that? Second, roll call vote. Ms. Ludwig?
No.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
No.
Mrs. Dickson? Yes. 3 yeas, 2 nays. The motion passes. Next, proposed ballot question shall section 8.18A through D be amended to provide that if a supermajority, that means majority plus 1 vote of the town council, shall vote in favor of adopting the town budget after public hearing, the budget shall become final. But if there is But if there shall be no supermajority, then the town clerk shall schedule an all-day referendum by which the voters shall be able to vote for or against the budget. May I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
May I have a second?
I'll second it.
Discussion?
I'd like to make an amendment.
Certainly.
So to section A, I would like the last sentence to be, if the alternate budget is not adopted, there shall be an all-day referendum within blank days of after the failed adoption, where residents will decide which of the two town manager proposed budgets shall be adopted. And the other amendment I would like to make is to delete section C.
Right, I think that's the question. We could do that. Sorry, so I think the motion was to approve the question. And I think, just for clarity, you are amending the text of the actual amendment, which is fine. I just wanted to clarify it.
Okay.
Clarify that. You can vote on that now. And then if you want to conform the question so that it better fits how you've amended the proposed text of the charter, that would probably work well. So.
Okay. Mr. Shockley, would you please read that because none of us have a copy of it?
It's in the agenda.
I wasn't looking.
It's page 164 in the agenda. And
just a moment, please.
No problem.
Okay, 164. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So just the final sentence to be changed to, if the alternate budget is not adopted, there shall be an all-day referendum within blank days after the failed adoption, where residents will decide which of the two town manager proposed budgets shall be adopted.
Could you point that out? Could you point that out there?
I have stated, so.
We're in
the last-
section A.
Yes.
Did
Okay.
you write it out by any
I
chance?
have written it,
Oh, great.
and that's how I'm remembering it.
Jeez.
Okay, we're in section A.
So
Start with the question though, would that be possible?
Because we're getting into the language.
sure.
Okay, right?
So
In what way is the motion that I just read to be changed?
sure. So I guess it would be to end the proposed ballot question with, but if there shall be no supermajority, then the town clerk shall schedule an all-day referendum at which the voters shall be able to vote
Okay.
able to vote between the two town manager proposed budgets, or vote to adopt one of the two town manager proposed budgets.
All right. So that's the question.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what you want the question to say though, right?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Just making sure.
So
I didn't write that
so read the
down.
words
Is that-
again, to vote between. I'm looking to see where it is listed.
To vote to adopt one of the two budgets.
It would say, shall be able to vote
To adopt
for which
one
of the two town manager proposed budgets shall be adopted. You'd written it down? Sorry.
I wrote down something, but it's verbiage to
Question.
adopt one of the two budgets.
It's got it.
Just a question, if I could, President Dickson.
I'm just one second.
Sure.
So it sounds like you want to amend this so that in the last sentence in the question I read, where it says to vote for or against the budget, instead of for or against the budget, that is being replaced by for which of the two town manager budgets shall be adopted. Is that correct? Is that what you said?
No,
That's what I wrote.
that's what she said. So an all-day referendum at which the voters shall be able to vote between, I believe I heard you say.
Yeah, between the two town manager proposed budgets.
But
How can you vote between two budgets?
There's one that was put forward that we were trying to get a certain majority on. If it doesn't work, it goes to this, another budget comes forward. If we can't adopt that by a supermajority, then it goes to the referendum and the voters choose between the two.
Question.
Mr. LeBlanc?
On the wording of town manager budget, I'm just concerned because I thought it was the town council's approved budget.
Yeah,
So the town manager makes the suggestion, but even if it is not a super majority, my point is it's still a town council approved budget. So I don't think it should be the town manager's budget.
Gets through the first vote and there's no supermajority.
Yep.
It's not the town council's budget yet.
I would disagree because even a 3-2 it's still a town council approved budget is my point. It shouldn't be a town manager's budget.
Well, but you've got two rules governing the same transaction.
yes.
On the one hand, you're saying it takes a supermajority. I'm not being critical. I'm just trying to point out the dilemma that's going to be presented by this. So in the second case, where you have a mere majority, not a supermajority, under that rule, it's deemed to be a budget, a town council approved budget. And I think it's just going to be really, well, I guess you could do that, but you'd have to make it really clear that although not a supermajority, it's a majority.
It will be clear because it'll be an all-day ref. It's going to be clear. There's not a super majority. So I just wanted to call that out there.
I just wanted
I
to
think there
say
are other
this
things that go
myself.
through supermajority rule though, and they're not approved unless there's a supermajority.
Point of information. I mean, I'm the one that did the research and put this forward, and I would have loved the opportunity to talk about it first. Before now, everyone's diving into it, and I didn't even have an opportunity to set the scene. So if we can just stick to the amendment first, and then eventually we'll get back out of the amendment and back to the original motion, that would be great.
No, I've definitely had that happen in the past, and I have no problem with discussing it first. I just wanted to make sure that we didn't move forward with this without there being an end result, where we have a budget. That's all.
I get it, but now I can tell.
I can see.
Well, we asked for a motion and a second. I asked for discussion. Mrs. Shockley immediately came forth with an amendment, and we've been discussing the amendment.
Them's the breaks.
I mean, I want something good to come forward from this, not to be able to get my amendment passed fast. So I will withdraw the amendment until we've discussed the original proposal.
Okay, thank you. All right, discussion. Mrs. Lima.
So thank you, Councilmember Shockley. I appreciate that. And I'm completely willing to entertain amendments. I'm not completely married to this, and I want to have a healthy discussion on this. I want to make that clear, but I wanted to set the scene first for the public to understand where my brain was coming from. So after last week, I made it a point to go home and do my own intensive research on the budget processes that happen in the other 38 cities and towns across Rhode Island. I've shared up here packets with council members, the solicitor and town manager of the research that I compiled. This starts out with a table that includes the cities and towns of Rhode Island, a column that has the process for each of them, their population as of the 2020 census, the RIDE 2020-2021 high school report card, and then the property tax rates for 2021. What I also did in this table was I looked up the tax rates for 2021 in terms of the 10 highest and then also the 10 lowest, and I highlighted those accordingly as well. If you go forward to page 3 of this packet, I started to determine some insights. So the first one was 9 out of the 39 cities and towns have a mayor council budget process only. And those towns, municipalities that do that have an average population of 65,000 people. So when they say mayor council budget process only, that means that the mayor puts forward the budget, the council plays with the budget, they vote to approve or reject it, and it goes from there. 8 out of the 39 cities and towns have some element of a petition process for line item changes or to trigger an all-day referendum. The average population for that is 22,000. 11 out of the 39 cities and towns have a traditional financial town meeting, meaning they still meet in a room, they have a quorum they have to meet, and people can make amendments on the floor. The average population of those communities that have just a traditional financial town meeting is about 6,000. 12 out of the 39 cities and towns have an appointed or elected taxpayer committee element to lead the budget process, meaning It's a committee of people, as I've just said, it's either appointed by the town council or elected by taxpayers to lead the budget process and propose a budget for consideration. The average population of those communities that have that method is about 14,000 people. 7 out of the 39 cities and towns have their own town or city council as the final vote on a budget. There's no mayor, no petitions, no FTM, and no referendum options. And the average population of those communities is 18,000. So then I tried to make a correlation with some of the numbers as well. And I know that these correlations aren't perfect and that there's other factors at play, but it's just something to consider. Those with the highest tax rates in Rhode Island have the mayor council budget process, financial town meetings, budget referendums, and town council only approved budgets. Those with the lowest tax rates in Rhode Island have elected or appointed budget committees, financial town meetings, and town council only approved budgets. So it's kind of a smattering of everything. And there wasn't a clear connection between certain budget processes and tax rates. I also looked at school ratings for high schools, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And I also correlated those as well. And there's no clear correlation between certain budget process and the RIDE ratings as well. So then I went and looked, what are our similar municipalities doing? And when I say similar, I mean by population size. So the town of Cumberland has a mayor. They do a mayor council budget process, and then they have a petition process option for 4% of electors to take it to a referendum. They have a middle of the road tax rate as of 2021, meaning they fall in the middle of the list of 39 cities and towns. Johnston has a mayor council budget process only. They rank higher in tax rate for 2021. North Providence has a mayor council budget process only, also ranking high in tax rate. South Kingstown, as we know, has a line item petition process, a budget referendum petition process, and so forth. They have a middle of the road tax rate. And of course, our neighbors in West Warwick, they have a budget referendum only, and they have a high tax rate. But the caveat with that is they were taken over by the state over 15, 16 years ago. And when that happens, they open up all the contracts and so on and so forth. From there, I went and looked at recent budget referendum turnout. And I started with the town of Coventry, a population of 35,688 with a registered voter total somewhere in the 26,000 range. On May 16th, 2019, 1,449 total voters showed up and rejected the budget. The result was a rejection, and that was 5% of total registered voters. June 13th, 2019, the budget was approved. 6,431 total voters, which is 24% of total registered voters in 2019. July 16th, 2020, the budget was rejected. 2,034 total voters, 7% of total registered voters. October 22nd, 2020, the budget was rejected. 2,919 total voters, 11% of total registered voters participated. January 21st, 2021, the budget was rejected. 2,464 total voters, 9% of total registered voters participated. June 10th, 2021, the budget was approved. 2,666 total voters, 10% of total registered voters participated. May 26th, 2022, the budget was rejected. 1,536 total voters participated. 6% of total registered voters. The average turnout over the course of these last 7 referendums is 2,785 voters. For similar municipalities I looked at that do referendum, I looked at the town of Charlestown, which has a population of 7,997 people. Based on their last 3 budgets have been approved that went to referendum, and they saw in order 18% turnout, 18% turnout, 30% turnout. In Hopkinton, they have a population of 8,398. And over the, and again, going by the results that I could easily find online and working with the towns, going back to 2017, they've seen 3% turnout, 2.5% turnout, 4.5% turnout, and 3% turnout with 1 rejection out of 4. In the Charahoe School District budget, because it's a regional school system, just 2 years ago, they approved their budget. Charleston, Richmond, and Hopkinton came forward. 3% of Charleston's voters participated, 4% of Richmond participated, 6% of Hopkinton participated. West Warwick was a little tougher to find. Obviously, May of this year, they had their taxes did not go up. They had 2% of total registered voters participate. 2021, 3% participated. 2014, 6%, 2013, 7%, and 2011, 5%. So I wanted to put that out there for the public to know. I think that's valuable information to have to see what's happening in other cities and towns in terms of the referendum process. So you can see what turnout is looking like, how it looks for certain populations and certain budgets versus others. In terms of budget referenda elsewhere in New England, for those who might not know, the etymology of financial town meeting and the direct democracy process dates back to colonial New England and the original 13 colonies. You'd be hard pressed to find these processes if you go west of Pennsylvania. It goes back to everybody sitting in a room with nobody elected to serve a municipality or a village or a community, and everybody in the town would vote on every single item every single month, and gradually it filed back from there. So budget referenda elsewhere in New England for Williston, Vermont, for example, in March 2022, they had 22% of total registered voters participate. Cabot, Vermont, a town of 1,443 people, 511 voters rejected a $3.2 million budget. But the other thing with Vermont is every single municipality in Vermont on the first Tuesday in March is town meeting day for everybody, where everybody goes and votes on their budget. So unlike Rhode Island, where we're all over the place, there's awareness that every first Tuesday in March, that's when you go and you decide your budget. And the populations in Vermont are wildly different. So you have at 8 municipalities who have populations over 10,000, and then you have hundreds, 243 out of the 266 municipalities have a population less than 6K. So in getting all of that information, I started to think to myself, what are our peers doing? What's working for certain populations by size? What's working in terms of the community? And if they're responding to the level of democracy they've been given and afforded by their charter, or that they voted to give themselves. So I wanted to come back with a proposal to consider and have conversation about, because I want to make sure that we're giving an opportunity to consider the facts that I've just laid out and make a decision that's not only good for Coventry now, but good for Coventry in its future. And of course, people are sick of hearing me say this, but I personally would like to see us gravitate to a representative democracy. And I think that would help bolster people wanting to participate in government and want to run for office themselves or participate in certain committees or commissions. This certainly isn't about wanting to operate in a vacuum. This isn't about wanting to placate to certain agendas. This is about just trying to find the right fit of a process for Coventry and where the community is now and where it's going. So I just wanted to lay that foundation. I'd done a considerable amount of research on this because I wanted to take this very seriously and base our decisions in fact. And I again apologize, Kim. I didn't mean to jump down your throat, but I just wanted to talk out, set the scene first for budgets overall in Rhode Island, and then we can narrow it back. So thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay. We have a motion and a second for the ballot question as I read it. And then any other discussion on that? If anyone would like to make an amendment, they may do so now.
I would like to make an amendment.
Okay, certainly. Mrs. Shockley.
I would love it if I could just say, I would like to make the amendment that I discussed previously. I don't have it written down. If I could just put forth the amendment from previous, again.
Between one of the two proposed.
Yes, to have a vote between one of the two proposed budgets as part of the language.
Okay, so when we, to be more specific, when we say two proposed budgets, specify what is each of the two proposed budgets.
The two budgets that were proposed to the council and not approved by supermajority.
Well, the town manager presents one recommendation, which we vote on. That's budget number one.
Right.
And then we also have a petition process in effect also.
No.
We don't have,
No, on page 164, that subsection replaces what the Charter Review Commission had proposed as a voter petition process with a simply, if the town council doesn't have a supermajority on the first budget vote, they ask for amendments to the budget by the town manager to present an alternate budget based on whatever direction the town council gives. And the town manager brings back the second budget is alternate, and the council votes on that. If that passes by supermajority, you're done. You've adopted a budget.
Mhm.
If it doesn't, then those two budgets go to the public for a vote between A and B.
okay, so this eliminates the petition process completely. Is that what you're suggesting?
I am not. That wasn't part of the original proposal.
That's not part of this proposal. This is a new proposal separate from the Charter Review Commission's suggestion. And I believe what was articulated by Councillor Lima is that this encourages during the public hearings of the budget for the members of the public to engage with the council about their preferences.
Which is what happens during hearings and,
Yes.
okay. All right, Mr. LeBlanc.
So just from my understanding, hypothetically, first budget comes in front of the council. It's a 3-2 vote. So no supermajority. Okay. My question is this: the town manager then proposes another budget. Okay. Does the town council talk about it? Do we make recommendations? And then do we vote on that second one?
Presumably, yes.
I'm just trying to understand the process.
Point of information.
Just a moment. Let Mr. LeBlanc finish.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand what happens with that second one, because technically speaking, he could just make a budget and then we would have to deal with it without us even considering any changes to that second one. And I just want to make sure I understand that's the process for that second budget. That's all.
Correct.
Point of information.
Mrs. Lima.
So the spirit of all of this is that because the budget didn't pass by a supermajority the first time, you would hope, my hope was that, and maybe we need to put that in the ballot language after, or the charter language after, is that council members provide their recommendations. So that way there's a better chance of the alternative budget passing by a supermajority the next time. And then it's showing that more than a majority of the council is supportive of a budget.
I understand that.
Okay.
But so we make our recommendations, but what if the town manager chooses to ignore certain recommendations and not put it in that second one?
You propose the same budget.
Yes, just like essentially that's what we did this most recent time. Essentially, we changed I think one line and we added 45,000. That was it, and it was the exact same budget originally. Then we made changes.
I would say based on how we followed the current process, the town manager's proposed budget that got presented back in April is subject to change through the public hearing process and before the town council chooses to adopt it. And so I would imagine that the same process would be followed, that the town manager presents an initial budget, the town council could tweak it and whatever way it sees fit. If it doesn't get the supermajority, then bringing back an alternate budget would be subject to whatever changes are recommended for that alternate budget. And again, the town council would be the one really recommending the changes, not the town manager. But you'd be directing the town manager to go make a list of, 5 or 6 or 10 or 20 changes. And what is the impact? What does that new budget look like as far as the tax rate, as far as the levy, everything, right? But it's not the town manager's budget, but the town manager is your staff person that's going to go do the legwork to bring it back.
Totally agree. I just don't want to make any assumptions. That's all.
So, I mean, I really need to understand this. So town manager recommends a budget. The council votes on it after due process with public hearings. And if there's a supermajority, then that is the budget that is approved. Amen. If that supermajority, or if there is no supermajority for the first budget, then we ask the town manager to propose an alternate budget. If there is an alternate budget and that passes by supermajority, then no referendum, we're done. If it does not pass by a supermajority, then what happens? Do we go to a referendum?
Yes, you'll have the first budget and then the second budget, to my knowledge, based off of this discussion.
Well, this is what I want to understand.
So people will choose between the two.
Correct.
So a budget will pass at the all-day referendum.
But-
We will have a budget at the end of that day.
But they will, the voters will be presented at a referendum with two budgets, the original budget that did not pass by a supermajority plus the alternate budget. Is that correct? Okay.
Well, I have a question. So what if the town manager's first budget didn't even get three votes?
I was just going to say
Or
that.
with 4 votes.
I feel it should pass, but not by a supermajority. Like in order to move forward, you know what I'm saying?
The reason that I put in the supermajority is because it makes a point, it makes a big statement to the voters if a supermajority happens. If, especially on a council of 5, it's very easy to get a majority of 3. Very easy. This proposal is strengthened if it goes to a 7-person council because it's saying to the voters, wow, 5 out of those 7 people are on the same page about $114 million budget that we elected to make decisions. So any council in Rhode Island is voting on their budget by a majority, but I want the guardrail of a super to send a message that there's more people on board than is required elsewhere. That's the point I was trying to make.
Okay, Mrs. Shockley.
If I'm not mistaken, because I had the same question. It's not that we don't want the supermajority. That's great. It's that, do we want a budget to go forward to the voters that not only didn't get a supermajority, but didn't get a majority? Like say we voted on a budget and it was voted down 3-2.
We wouldn't even go to a vote if they didn't think it would pass.
Okay, I just want to,
This isn't,
I just don't want to imagine. I think I want to
I
make sure
think
that
to
we're
answer both
tying things up.
Mrs. Shockley's question and the solicitors is that if it doesn't get a majority, then it doesn't go forward. You don't have a budget. This is always a town council adopted budget. So you need at least the majority.
Just one other thing to point out, looking at section 8.17. 8.17 says that the town manager can veto the adopted budget, the budget adopted by the members of the town council.
That's true.
And actually to override that veto, it takes a supermajority. So I think it's a little confusing to amend Councilwoman Lima's proposed. I think it's just going to get very confusing in the ballot box because you've got to choose. You've got to assume that they'll reach majority. What if they don't reach majority? What happens then? Then you don't have a budget and you keep going back and forth until you get a majority, but not a super majority. I don't know. Maybe it's not as difficult, but it sounds.
Mr. Gorham, wouldn't the same thing happen currently? If the town council doesn't, I mean, so your example that you're talking about could happen right now. This town council doesn't need to have, if they don't have a majority, it doesn't go to the all-day ref. So
Right.
we're still in the same predicament.
I just want to know how to write the question and what amendments we need to make to the text. I think.
I feel like we've said the question several times now. It's the exact thing that's written here on the proposed ballot question.
Yeah.
Except for the last 5-ish words, instead of for or against the budget. It sounded like Councillor Shockley said between the first and second budget proposals.
Yes. Yes.
I felt that was clear.
I would
We've said it
suggest,
twice now.
I would suggest instead of saying the second budget proposal, it would be the alternate budget proposal.
Right, but you're assuming when you say that they reached a majority.
Yes, they did.
But it doesn't say that.
They have to. It's implied.
Final. But if there shall be no supermajority, then the town clerk shall schedule an all-day referendum. I don't know. I see a little mischief there. Not just that they didn't reach majority, but if they didn't reach supermajority, you have to have an all-day referendum.
What
It doesn't say.
Why do we have to reach majority? Which part? Are you talking about on the first budget vote?
I'm saying for any budget to become anything, it has to be supermajority.
No, I understand that. I understand your proposal. We talked about it over the weekend, but I'm trying to understand what happens if it's amended the way, with all due respect to Member Shockley, the way Member Shockley wanted to change it. So you have your first vote and you don't get a majority. I get that because then there's nothing for the town manager.
You did get a majority. You didn't get a super majority.
You got a majority, you didn't get a super majority. So in other words, if there were 5 members on the council, you get 3 to, say it might have been 3 to 5, 3 to 2. So if it's 3 to 2, then the council then goes back to the town manager and asks for an alternate budget. The town manager then presents an alternate budget, and then there is a vote. And if there's a super majority on the second alternate budget, then it doesn't go to a referendum. Is that correct?
Any super majority within the 2 budgets, the budget passes via the council.
Okay.
If both budgets pass, but not with a super majority, then both budgets will go before the voters and they will choose between them under this amendment.
So that's the piece
But-
that is not in here yet.
Right.
Yeah.
So are you making 2 amendments?
I think you have to say that it passes by majority.
What it sounds as if Town Manager Marchant is saying that in order for it to be considered the first budget, it had to pass, or else we would have continued discussion. So if the town council,
It doesn't hurt to add.
I'm fine with adding.
And I'd like to call the second budget the alternate budget.
Primary.
Yeah, and I just want to clarify, not using the town manager's budget. That's all.
Correct.
A majority, but I got it.
It's a,
Write this down.
A
it's a
majority,
point
but
well taken.
a majority.
But if the council thinks it should. So budget with this authorities.
Alternate budget.
About that.
Super
If
majority.
there shall be a majority, but no super majority, that the town clerk shall schedule an all-day referendum at which the voters shall be able to vote for or against the budget.
It's not the instead of for or against between the 2, between the budget and the alternate.
I wouldn't call it alternate
Majority, but not a super majority.
between the,
Oh, wait a minute, no. Write it then. If a majority, but not. Majority.
Mr. Gorham, I think that this could be easily changed. If you look at section A, and just at the end you put, and the voters will choose between the primary and the alternate budget, because it says if the alternate budget is not adopted, there shall be an all-day referendum within days after
Yeah,
the
I'm
fifth.
just changing the question. I'll read it to you, just
Okay.
the question, and then I know I can make the text fit.
Okay,
So proposed ballot question 818A. Shall section 818A through D be amended to provide that if a majority but not a supermajority of the town council shall vote in favor of adopting the budget after public hearing, the budget shall become final? No. I'm sorry. A supermajority. Okay. Right. I see what you're saying there. A supermajority, then it becomes a budget. But if there shall be a majority but no supermajority,
Mhm.
then the town clerk shall schedule an all-day referendum at which the voters shall be able to vote for what?
We have, but
All right.
we have to get an alternate budget proposed first before there can be any voting.
For, or shall be able to vote for. Vote for.
So this question is simpler than the fact that the council's going to be voting on two separate budget proposals. And then we'll acknowledge that there's a second budget proposal for the voters to decide on.
Nick, if we change, see the last sentence, if the alternate budget is not adopted by majority or supermajority, yeah, I'm looking at section A,
Yeah.
simple change to it.
That's the text.
If the alternate budget is not adopted,
Getting to that is okay. It's not item A.
I'm trying to just get through the question.
After the budget,
I don't have item K.
so that there shall be no supermajority.
Do you have item K?
I think what the question is missing is that, but if there shall be no supermajority, the council shall consider an alternate budget for which a supermajority shall adopt it. But if there is no supermajority on the alternate budget, then both budgets, shall proceed to a public referendum.
The point is providing checks and balances. That's what I'm going to do.
But adding in the majority versus supermajority, et cetera, just saying that out loud sounded awful.
It's a weird part of the question, but I think it should be in the text
Of the question?
No, I think
the majority versus supermajority should be in the charter, but not necessarily in the text of the question.
So in the question, if all we did was add that last portion, would that be acceptable?
Because I tried to make it, right? I'm trying to make it different.
So Nick.
Pages, yeah.
I think we need to add the second vote, and they're talking about that, like that we voted between two, and then it goes to the voters. I think it's missing the fact that if we
So if
don't
you go on
vote
the
it,
last page of my packet, I have like second.
Here it is.
The only
This
thing that
was-
we need
this
to
came
do
at the very
obviously is what gets talked about.
Wouldn't it have to be amended, Mrs. Lima, where it says the majority then goes to an all day, the budget then goes to an all day referendum? Wouldn't it say the budget and the alternate budget will then
I
go?
just said that. Yep. I just said that.
Yep. I didn't hear you.
Yep, that's the change.
shall the town council order the adopt budget?
Yeah.
So that would be, the only addition would be one word in this statement here. Okay. I mean, that's the simplest change of all. Mr. Gorham, if you look at the packet, last page,
Should we just turn that into a question?
The last page of the packet. Oh, her packet. All right, all right. I didn't even know.
where it says proposal for Coventry, that paragraph.
Budget's not movements.
Yeah.
It's not.
Nick, this is what I sent you last week. We had this conversation. It doesn't have to be ordinance, whatever the word is that needs to be, but
Would we remove after the failed adoption, the last sentence there? Because that makes it a little confusing.
Part of what I took out in my amendment, if they can both be, but actually it should be during the next section. I think we should take section C out. When we discuss the language in the charter.
Okay. I'm trying to find where in the packet. It's not in here. It's taken out. I don't know where it went. This is. No, this is.
Hillary, I'd like just to make a suggestion while Mr. Gorham is also working on it. If we take your proposal under proposal for Coventry, and after the word, next to the last sentence, the budget, if we say the town manager and the alternate budget, then go to an all-day referendum, and then remove after the failed adoption, wouldn't that work?
I don't know that I follow that.
Okay,
I think in the last sentence, and you could just say, if the alternative budget is not approved with a supermajority, both the original and alternative budget,
I'd say
then go to an all day, the primary.
and alternate budget. An alternate
Budgets.
then go to an all-day referendum. And I would take out the phrase after the failed adoption because it makes it a little confusing.
I think it can get out because it's just kind of stating what was already stating.
Nick, so the recommended fix is where it says proposal for Coventry. We're in that paragraph.
Yep.
The next to the last line where it begins, the budget then goes. You see that? See the phrase, the budget then, if the alternative budget is not approved with a supermajority, the primary and alternate budgets then go to an all-day referendum, period.
Where's the then goes? I'm sorry.
She wrote that.
Oh. Can you just read it again?
Certainly. The proposal on this page would stand except for these couple of changes. Look at the last sentence. If the alternative budget is not approved with a supermajority, comma, the primary and alternate budgets then go to an all-day referendum, period.
Yeah, and then after I would say budget receiving the greater number of votes shall prevail.
Okay, add that.
Well, shall become the budget, shall become the budget. Number of votes shall become the budget.
Okay, so we need an amendment for section A on page 164 of 65.
Okay. We're not there yet. It's only the question.
I think you just want to amend this.
We're amending this here.
Well, the language.
I think
we
you
don't
want
get
to
to
amend
until
this.
What? We're not in K yet.
But that's where you would amend, that's where we're
Yes.
approving the language, but you're amending it now.
I'm amending it now, yes.
But that we're doing that in the next section of the agenda.
Right now, I think we're just amending the question.
Yes.
not the text of the charter. So this is what you've been reading from.
Right, exactly.
We're not.
Nick, are we not voting for this change to the recommendation of A, which we read and we had a motion and a second and a discussion on this? Are we not amending this to then vote on this amendment?
Just voting on the question.
Yeah.
Not on the.
No, I know. That's correct.
So Nick, have you been writing down what?
What I have is, Town council shall formally adopt a budget with a supermajority of the town council. A supermajority is defined as a majority plus one vote. If the budget fails to get a supermajority at its initial vote, it goes back to the town manager to propose an alternate budget for the town council's consideration. If the alternate budget is approved with a supermajority, then the budget is adopted. If the alternative budget is not approved with a supermajority, the primary and secondary budgets, isn't that what it was?
Yes.
I think it was alternate, but I don't think
And alternate.
Primary and alternate
budgets then not goes to an all-day referendum, period. The budget receiving the greater number of votes shall become the budget.
So do you want us to now vote on that?
I think that's is this intended to be the language of the amendment or the question?
It's written, we started off reading proposed ballot questions. So we had a ballot question and there's been an amendment to the ballot question.
Pretty much has to be under the link.
Shall section 8.18 of the charter be changed to provide
Because 818 A through D.
D. To provide that. All right, got it. That's done. That's the question. The text.
So Nick, could you read us the amended question?
Sure.
Okay. And then we will have a vote on this.
Shall section 8.18 A through D of the charter be amended to provide that town council shall formally adopt a budget with a supermajority of the town council. A supermajority is defined as a majority plus one vote. If the budget fails to get a supermajority at its initial vote, it goes back to the town manager to propose an alternate budget for the town council's consideration. If the alternate budget is approved with a supermajority, then the budget is adopted. If the alternative budget is not approved with a supermajority, the primary and alternate budgets then go to an all-day referendum. I think you can just say, and that way you don't, and the budget receiving the greater number of votes shall become the budget.
Okay, may I have a motion and a second for that amendment?
I think we already.
We already,
Not as written, the way we just discussed
sure,
it.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion on this amendment as written and read by Mr. Gorham?
Well, I hate to do this to everyone. Should it say, if this amendment is adopted, then we no longer require section C? Because that's just in reference to failure to adopt. That's what I'm wondering, because I just want to make sure, because the
Going to be
question says A through D.
in the text, C is eliminated.
Well, in the question, you wrote A through D.
You wrote A through D.
But if,
Yeah, let me just see C. Oh, failure to adopt. Okay. So the electors failed to adopt the operating budget before the last day of the current fiscal year. The amounts appropriated for current operation.
So if,
Well, no, you don't need it because you have a budget one way or another.
100%, that's why the question, you had said A through D.
Yeah.
But if this amendment passes, it will be A through C. So I just want to make sure that we are approving everything correctly.
Yeah, I think.
Nick, we no longer will need C.
Yeah, I agree. Is that what failure to adopt is currently labeled as C, correct?
Yes.
I think it's currently labeled D.
Right.
I think it's
Just have to get rid of D and the letter. So it'll be-
So we don't need red C.
Just take a look. I think it's currently called. Just take a look. It'll only take a second.
We still need B.
Looking at.
You've read the change for A. B, I'm assuming can remain. C is deleted and D stays, correct?
Well, actually,
I think.
A through C all go because A is changed by the amendment that we just read.
Right.
But in the charter, 818.
So are you saying we don't need section B that calls out a
You
referendum?
don't need A, B, or C. They're all gone because they talk about
No. B,
818.
well,
818 is, it says date, the town council will convene the financial town meeting on the second Tuesday in May. That's gone. You're not going to have that.
We're
I'm
looking
reading it
on
different.
page 164. We're looking on page 164, where it calls out generic information about an all-day referendum. You might be able to eliminate it because a referendum is called out in the amendment that you just read.
61.
if you look at the proposed question, which is all I feel we should really be looking at right now, there's just an A, B, C, and D. B is still necessary with some changes. C is the only part that would have to be taken out of the ballot question proposed, which would take the place of all the rest of 818.
And point of clarification,
Yes.
are we voting on just the question Or are we voting on all the language for the charter? Because to my knowledge, we are just voting on a question right now.
We're voting on an
100%.
amendment.
That's why I
So,
just wanted to see if we
I think we've already spent like 25 minutes kind of going back and forth on charter language.
Yeah,
We're just voting on the question.
we're voting on the amendment to the question,
Correct.
which is as he read it.
Right. I agree. So let's just have a vote.
I'm ready.
I'm ready. Let's, please.
Mr. Gorham, can we vote on the amendment to the ballot question as you
Yes.
read it?
Yes.
Okay? All right. Okay, question.
So no, hold on. The ballot question that we just read said A through D,
That was,
right?
And if one of them is eliminated, that means we just go to A to C. I don't know.
No, that's the question. That's the question. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Because that would be a different in what we voted on versus what ends up on the ballot. So the question, Nick, is
This doesn't have any numbers or letters in it. The question is,
I'll make an amendment.
Talking about the one on the agenda now, Nick. We're going back to that one because that's what we've been amending.
I will make an amendment to what the town solicitor stated. One change. It says A through C instead of A through D. I'll make that amendment.
I'll second that.
we're just being thorough. We can't afford to make mistakes, and I understand it's very late. I understand.
You have a motion and you have a second, so we need to have a vote.
I'm okay for a vote.
yes.
Mr. Gorham, we're all set?
yes,
Okay.
I already read the question.
Okay.
2 or 3
Ms.
times.
Ludwig,
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mrs. Dickson, yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes as amended. Now we can vote on the amended motion. Ms. Ludwig?
No. Hold
Wait.
on. I would still, I just
Okay,
want to make one last thing very clear.
yes.
So the reason that I made this proposal in this direction is because you see a trend in the cities and towns and their populations, their budget sizes, as they tend to grow larger than 27, 30,000 people, they tend to gravitate toward options like this that include council with a release valve of a budget referendum or a petition trigger or something to that effect. They tend to move to that hybrid piece. Whatever the voters decide, I accept because I'm looking forward to seeing the voters' opinions on this, and I'm ready to go either way. And I'd love to see the response and what people see in terms of their future and their participation with this process. So that's all I wanted to say.
Okay.
And I just wanted to reiterate, I'm open to other opinions, other options. I just wanted to introduce this to speak to and consider. That's all.
Thank you. We appreciate all the research you did, Mrs. Lima, and your creativity in coming up with a new solution to problems that we have had for many, many years in getting budgets approved. So thank you so much. We appreciate it.
So,
We're ready to vote.
On the fully amended.
May we vote? This is a vote on the amended motion. Ms. Ludwig,
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc,
Yes.
Mrs. Lima,
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley.
Yes.
Mrs. Dickson, yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The amended motion passes. We're now on item K, discussion and/or action on adoption of proposed charter amendment text corresponding to ballot questions for charter sections, reference pages 155 to 164. May I have a motion for the following and then a second? We'll do one at a time. Give me 1 second, please. Give me something here. B.01 number, term, constituency of town council. Mr. Gorham, may we read the whole list and then take a vote, or do we need to do each one individually?
no, you only have to, you only changed one. if
Yes,
I recall.
8.18.
The other changes I can make to the text to make it conform. For example, I think some of the salary numbers changed with stipend.
The word to stipend,
Let me just take a look.
compensation to stipend.
I think that was the only change, wasn't it?
No. 4.01.
Did you vote on that? That failed.
We-
So that- right.
Yes.
So I'm not going to change those. The only one that really substantively changed was 818.
Correct.
And if you go to page 163, that's the full text of the amendment.
There a
The
question?
thing is, oh, you just have the all-day referendum. That's it. No, it's fine.
Mr. Gorham, question, or can we proceed?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so the question is, can I take the whole batch or do you want me to take each one separately?
You can take the whole batch except 818. I
Okay,
think that has to be slightly.
okay. May I have a motion and a second for the following? 3.01 number term constituency of town council, 3.06 filing vacancy of town council, 3.10 compensation of town council, 3.11 quorum of town council, 3.13 special meetings of town council, 4.01 membership of the school committee, 4.02 election of the school committee, 4.03 filing vacancy of the school committee, 4.07 powers and duties of the school committee, new section on school committee compensation, 7.01 appointment and term of town solicitor, and 15.20 amendment of charter, actual charter amendments for each ballot question. May I have a motion and a second? I
Said
Did we talk about this tonight?
but we voted not to take that earlier as well.
That's correct.
Is that correct? It's not a ballot?
Okay,
Well, I'm not gonna, the ones that were voted down question wise, I'm assuming are not gonna be voted in
Correct,
text wise.
correct.
You don't need to, the only motion you need is for those questions that passed, with the exception of 818. If the text is satisfactory, you approve all the text now. You don't want to do that.
We can do whatever is legally
Yeah, so-
expedient to do.
I can do that. I can make a motion to pass the text associated with the approved ballot questions,
Okay,
except
there.
for 8.18.
I'll second that. That's fine.
Okay, roll call vote. Mr. LeBlanc,
Yes.
Mrs. Lima,
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley,
Yes.
Ms. Ludwig,
Yes.
Mrs. Dickson. 5 yeas, no nays. Okay. Now we're ready for the question. May I have a motion for the following and then a second? I'll read the whole list again, Mr. No,
You don't-
we're all set.
Yeah, you're all set.
We're all
Just
set. Now 8.18. All right.
I think the change to, if you go to page 164 and you see A, that should mirror the question. The new A with the red A.
Right. Yes.
Page 164. That it should just repeat the question. Because it's exactly the same. Except we have certain number of days.
How would you like us to frame this so it's no problem at all? We're on to adoption of the proposed charter amendment text relating to 8.18. What's your recommendation?
A in this on page 160-12. You should keep it exactly the same, except A on page 164. New section A should say exactly what the ballot question says, because they are actually the same.
You just wouldn't do the shall.
Okay, so
And then also, all day new section B.
I think you need to take out the words either and or disapprove on the third line.
To approve the primary or alternate operating capital improvement budgets.
Well, they just have to approve the operating and capital improvement.
To
To
approve
approve A,
the operating, yeah, just approve.
to approve a,
Just get rid of
to
or
approve,
disapprove.
to approve a operating and capital improvement budget.
How about to approve the operating and capital improvement budgets? Because that's
Sure.
what the prevailing one will be.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Then get rid of C. And then D becomes C.
Mhm.
And then you can vote on that. And what we'll do tomorrow is I can't rewrite this now and type it, but I think what we should do to make sure there's no misunderstanding is I will type this and circulate it. And if it's satisfactory to everybody, we're fine. If it's clear that there's a mistake that I've made, we'll fix it.
Okay.
I'm pretty clear on what you had. I'm sorry. I didn't know it was going to be amended tonight. I just didn't know that.
Okay, that's fine.
What you did makes sense. It took me a minute to catch on.
Okay, so I have a motion. We need a motion and a second to approve new section A as approved, as amended by the council earlier this evening. In section B, it is being changed to either approve the operating, to approve the operating and capital improvement budget. Section C is being deleted, and section D now becomes a new section C. May I have a motion for that? Is that clear enough?
Motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second.
Discussion? Ms. Ludwig?
So this removes the need for the financial town meeting also, right? Even if it goes to referendum?
Yes, that was part of Member Lima's proposal, particularly in light of recent attendance trends.
Correct. Okay.
So is that crossed out somewhere, or is it just, sorry, what page? Is it just?
Should be on page 160.
Yeah.
It's in part B.
It's a former section. I think.
It's
On page 163?
yeah, page 163.
Okay, thank you.
Nick, you'll have to just go through this to make sure everything is in alignment, because we may have missed some paragraphs or statements that put a kink on things.
Yeah, I'll circulate it tomorrow.
Okay.
I'm pretty confident I can get everything.
Well, there's a lot to be done, so even if it's Wednesday, that will be fine.
Yeah, the
Okay.
nice thing is the question and section A, which are really the heart and soul
Correct.
of this amendment, are the same.
Correct.
So
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any other questions? Okay, let's have a vote. Ms. Ludwig?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mrs. Dickson, yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes.
text now.
Okay.
You got to vote the text on this separately because you voted the text of everything but 818.
Yeah, we just,
I think
that's
we
what we
just
just
did.
did. We
All
already
right.
did.
Oh, all right.
We did that earlier.
Just trying to be
Okay.
careful. All right.
Okay, next, we have another agenda item having to do with cannabis. Do we want to table that or continue discussion this?
Continue.
Continue, okay?
In light of the fact that you have to have it on, you have to have your ballot question in by August 10th.
Right,
I think
correct.
you have to do it tonight.
Proposed resolution for town council discussion and or action on proposed November 8th, 2022 ballot referendum regarding ballot question pursuant to Rhode Island General Laws 21-28.11-1 ET sequel, also known as the Rhode Island Cannabis Act 141.1. Shall new cannabis related licenses for businesses involved in the cultivation, manufacture, laboratory testing, and for the retail sale of adult recreational use cannabis be issued in the town of Coventry.
I'll make a
Reference
motion.
page 165. Resolution on page 165. May I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second it.
Thank you. Discussion. Mr. Gorham, any comments you wish to make?
Does well, I'd rather just take questions. I don't really want to make.
Okay, that's fine.
comments.
That's fine. I'm just giving you the courtesy of
It's late,
asking.
you know.
Ms. Ludwig?
So I had originally asked the solicitor why we had to do this through resolution. So maybe you can take that as the first question versus how we did all the other charter amendments, just so everyone's on the same page for why this must be a resolution.
Sure. The Enabling Act for the cannabis, the new cannabis scheme requires that it be by resolution. It says right in the act, it has to be a resolution. You should have the resolution in your packet. I made it match just exactly what the Enabling Act says.
We have it on page 165.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions? Mrs. Lima?
I want to make this clear too to the council that we don't have to put this to the ballot. We can just do nothing, because what will happen then is the town will just revert to state law on how they're governing what this talks about. So by putting it to a ballot, you're basically just giving the voters the option to say, no, I don't want this to take place in my town. But just know that it's going to take place elsewhere in Rhode Island, because there are other communities and councils that have chosen to ignore this option and not take it up at all. So when you don't put it to the voters and whatever around state law is, that's what's going to govern your municipality. If you put it to the voters, they vote yes, you're still governed by Rhode Island state law. If you put it to the voters and they vote no, then none of this is going to happen here. Is that correct?
Well, do you have the bill in front of you by any chance?
I have this.
Well, here's what the bill says. Municipal Authority, Section B.
Oh, I have the resolution in my packet.
I want to read you what I think is a very unclear part of this law that is directly related to what we're doing right now and addresses Member Lima's question directly. Upon the adoption of a resolution by the city or town council pursuant to the provisions of subsection A of this section, the commission shall not issue any new cannabis-related license pursuant to the provisions of this chapter unless and until the electors of the city or town vote to approve the issuance of new cannabis-related licenses within the city or town. This provision shall not apply to the issuance of hybrid cannabis retailer licenses. Those are just shops that currently exist as a compassion center and they want to go retail. That's a hybrid. Now, you would think that if you never approve this and you never put it on the ballot, that nothing will happen to this town with cannabis. This is 125 pages of legalese. And we thought we'd just consult a couple other solicitors who we work with from time to time. And they said, you know something? It's a great point, but it's not a guarantee. If you don't put it to the people, the state can still come in and just do it. And
I think she's going from that direction.
Yeah.
That's my point, is that by putting this forward, you're giving the voters an option to opt out of the cannabis sales and the law that was just passed.
Right. And if you don't put it on, I think it's a little bit more ambivalent. So in other words, if the town council says we're not even going to put it on,
yep,
it's not as clear to me that nothing will happen. Because
I'm not saying nothing will. I'm saying we'll just fault to whatever the state laws already are on the books.
So one thing to know, this talks about licensing, but licensing is not the end all. They still have to abide by zoning. They curtail the powers of the town's zoning powers. They curtail the town's zoning powers a little bit in this act, but you still have it. So these things can't just be located anywhere somebody wants to choose. There is some power by the zoning board to regulate time, place, and manner
Yeah.
of these things, but it's narrow. It's narrow.
My point I wanted to make is I just wanted to play devil's advocate, because what I think is going to happen with this, if it goes on the ballot, is people are going to look at this and it's not going to be about regulation of this industry in Coventry. It's going to be in their minds quickly a moral question of, do I like pot? Do I not like pot?
Right.
And that's not what this ballot question is. The other thing I caution about is this is happening in Massachusetts. It's happening in Connecticut. And there are other municipalities who are not going to send this to their voters and just opt to what the state law is. So if our voters do say no, and I want the voter voice, but I want to caution that if they do say no, people will go to other municipalities and they'll go to neighboring states, and those municipalities will enjoy that tax revenue from these businesses. I want to point out that I have had residents reach out to me on this and say that do not block this. I am okay with this. I've had people say it wouldn't bother them to have these businesses in Coventry. So I just want to throw that out there. I'm willing to, but I just wanted to throw out those other points to consider with this.
That is one of the other consequences, is that if it's rejected or you don't put it on the ballot, you don't get any of the money.
Wait,
from the
wait,
state.
what?
Put it on the ballot.
Well, if you don't put it on the ballot, then you're a no and you don't get any revenue. If you put it on the ballot and the voters vote
Wait,
no.
I thought it
you
was
don't
just
get any of the
automatic
revenue.
regardless if you did the ballot. This is just providing the opt-out as you're explaining it.
No, what I'm saying is that
So you have to opt in order to participate as a community.
well, if you don't put it on the ballot, of course it's never going to pass because you never put it on the ballot. So
Does it have to pass town law if it's already part of state law?
yeah, it has to. Well,
My point is the states already passed this as law and govern the law. So by doing nothing, it's already law here.
no, that's not. That's what's ambivalent about it.
That's a discussion that I had with the solicitor, and it's ambiguous. And where there's ambiguity, there's room for lawsuits by residents opposing new shops coming into town, or by pot shops wanting to come into town, because there isn't a clear position about what the town has taken. And while there's an interpretation that can say we didn't vote on it, therefore it's permitted, could be fought the other way as well.
Okay.
And that was the concern, where I really don't know any other way to get past that without either having the town council vote to make it themselves permissible or put it to the voters.
Okay.
But if you don't allow it in the town, whether by not putting it on the ballot or by the voters rejecting it, it's very clear in here, you don't share in the revenue that the state collects and then distributes to the communities who are participants.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
All right.
And did we hear that West Greenwich had already approved permitting of a cannabis facility on center of New England Boulevard on their property? Because they're on one side of the road and we're on the other. I thought they were talking about
They were
it
talking about it last year.
Yeah.
But I don't know the outcome.
You don't know the
I don't know
outcome?
it. No.
I know that they were talking about it.
So.
Mrs. Shockley?
So just to be clear, even if this was approved, it would be similar to any other business, and they have to follow a process, get permitted, have certain stipulations. And the only reason I say that is because manufacturing is on here and marijuana smells. And I would want to make sure that any business that was going to go into the manufacturing of cannabis, to stay with the language, had to have certain filters, live up to standards within the town to make it so that their shop was not a nuisance. And we could make those regulations on our own outside of this, correct?
I'll give you an
In zoning.
example. It does give the authority to the town to restrict the license of cultivation, processing, and manufacturing of cannabis that is a public nuisance. A lot of people do find the smell a nuisance, but a lot of people like it. And so, you know what? I think it is very hard to predict
I think that making them put the filters in there, if you enjoy the smell of marijuana, go inside. If you are outside of the business though, and maybe your home is nearby, I would want to make sure that our zoning could have people put certain things in place before we had to approve a license.
It might draw more people to BJ's or Walmart if they knew what the smell was in that area.
Yeah.
Ms. Ludwig.
So Solicitor Gorham, if this goes on to the ballot and the voters approve it, we possibly get tax revenue from the state on this.
I think you will.
If this
will.
Okay.
Yes.
If this goes on the ballot and the voters reject it, we won't get the tax revenue, but these businesses can still move into town, we think.
No, I think they can, but it's just not clear in this bill. Put it this way, the General Assembly can amend this next year to say they can. And that's what you have to think about. Under this law, you're putting this on the ballot for if you vote yes to do the resolution, you're putting it on the ballot and giving the voters an opportunity to vote on it. But if you don't put it on the ballot, or if the voters vote it down, I do not think that's going to be the end all. And that's the only safe way to think about this, because the General Assembly has all the authority, all the power over the distribution, manufacturing, and sale of marijuana. And it could change.
So, for example, if we decide to put this on the ballot, so we at least get the benefit of the state tax revenue, if it were to pass, could the council opt to, as one of our priority items that we're talking about with the manager, talk about what types of zoning ordinances or different types of stipulations we may want to prioritize in the winter based on the ballot vote?
Yes, you could do that. You could try to prioritize what amendments needed to be made to the zoning ordinance. Yeah.
Okay.
And I think you'd have time to do that. Not a lot, but you'd have some.
What is the timeline? So the vote would be in November. And then when would it actually, if they voted yes on this particular state related item, when would it take effect? The next day?
No, I don't think so. It's not clear when it takes effect, like when somebody can come in and start applying for licenses. But the safe bet is you're going to need to amend the zoning ordinances quickly. The planning department would be busy trying to figure out what the best thing to do is, and then you'd have a lot of votes on amendments to the zoning ordinance because it's something totally new being introduced to town, all over the town.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a motion and we have a second. On any other discussion? We've heard from Mr. Gorham. Mr. Marchant, do you have any comments on this? Okay. Roll call vote. Ms. Ludwig.
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc.
Yes.
Mrs. Lima.
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley.
Yes.
Mrs. Dickson, no. 4 yeas, 1 nay. The motion passes. Public comment. If you wish to speak, please raise your hand. I will recognize you. You may come forward to the podium, state your name and address. And if you're on Zoom, please raise your name in the chat. We have one name up in the chat. Okay, anyone in the audience who would like to speak? Mr. Guthrie?
Thank you, Scott Guthrie, 31 Maplewood Drive. Again, you'll be violating state law with the charter change on school committee. I know that the solicitor pointed out about Johnston versus Santilli, and he has this wild idea that you can override what the General Assembly has in the general laws. It's actually not in
Johnston versus Santilli. It's under a subsection of Rictaric versus the town of, or the Coventry School Department. So Alvin Rictaric, who was the town treasurer at the time, actually took my mother's job when the charter was, my mother was elected, as a treasurer years and years ago. So that was the only similarities, is that in Johnston, the town solicitor did not want the school department to have their own, or the school committee to have their own lawyer. So I went to court. I went to the Supreme Court. Okay. But Johnston versus Santilli is not what Mr. Gorham is pushing forward, because it's under Rictaric versus Coventry. It is not going to fly by the state. You cannot change a state law. And that is what this question is going to go to the voters. And I'll actively tell the people, go ahead and vote for it, because the only person that's going to win is going to be the solicitor, because now he can go argue in front of the Supreme Court this Johnston versus Santilli. This is what you're paying for. That's why I've said it right along. And the other problem I have tonight is whose name is on the last item? Who sponsored that last question? Whose name is on it? Not one of yours. His. He's not part of the charter review. All right. The only people that can actually change something is you, but it has to be supported by someone that's on the council. So you're being told by the solicitor what to do. I don't disagree, but I really don't think that the town is going to lose money, by not asking the voters a question. The state law is in place. Councilor Shockley said it. Hillary said it. All you're doing is you're creating more billable hours. Hence, that was the question when we were talking about the solicitor and being appointed by you. You could make him a town employee, so that they're committed to working only for the town. And what we're getting is money being spent and spent and spent in legal fees. And they're blasting. They're getting out of control. And that bothers me. And I think I've mentioned to you before that we had a problem with the fire district, with lawyers putting themselves on the payroll there. Right? Over $500,000 gets spent in fire district lawyers in 3 fire districts. The other one, their budget is $500 for the year. So, my point is that you are the leaders of the town, not the solicitor. And I feel that you're at a disadvantage because you're not from the community. I am. He is. Okay. I can remember when we were both on a charter commission together. I believe it was in probably 2008 or 2000. I think it was 2008. And you brought up a change, and you said that, yes, this is already in state law. Don't say it's not true, because I still have the recording, because I asked the clerk, the town clerk, for the minutes of that meeting, and she didn't take minutes, so she gave me the CD with the voice on it. So I said, well, before I said, Nick, I said, I disagree. I don't think it's in state law. He said, I'm telling you, it's in state law. He gave me a little history of it. So I said, why don't we have the clerk go in and have the clerk go pull that state law and see it? And then he opened up his little laptop there, and he said, well, maybe it's not in state law. So I'm about truth. And I'm afraid that some people in this town aren't. So, like I said, you're at a disadvantage. And I thought that having a different way of running the town, a better way of representing all of the people, because, like I said, they're unhappy. I fear that your budget's not going anywhere when it comes up in a few days. You sat here and discussed a new budget process for well over 50 minutes.
which, you know, if we had known that you wanted to go in that route, and I know you did a lot of work on this. If we knew that when we were back there, we would have put something together for you. But, you know, you had to sit here and for all this time in public and, you know, it seemed like that you were drawing up a whole new thing. And I think that Nick may have already written something up because I noticed that, you know, it's on certain pages of your agenda. So you must have had some kind of language in front of you. But what you're doing is you're taking away the vote of the people. And you're not going to like that. You know, I love the idea of a supermajority, but I think it's like a death knell for anybody that wants to propose a different way of doing the budget. And I think that when Ted Tracy came up last week, you know, he stood here and said, we're trying to find a way to stop the no votes. And I think a lot of these charter questions are going to be no also. So just my 2 cents, you know, only trying to, you know, to be helpful here. But I think that you might be being led astray. And personally, I'm getting sick of it because you're at a disadvantage and I'm not. So I pay attention to things. When you come into a new town, maybe 6, 8 years, maybe most of you, I've been here 65 years. So I followed a lot of things. And I think that some of the stuff that was done here tonight was wrong and shouldn't happen again.
Thank you, Mr. Guthrie. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak?
Point of clarification.
Yes.
Mr. Guthrie said that we're taking away the people's right to vote. We have not actually. We've proposed a charter change that's going to the people, and they're going to make the decision, not us. Just wanted to clarify.
Thank you. Okay. Someone is on chat. Mr. Houghton, could you please bring that person in? Please,
Sorry.
hello, Mr. Nautilillo. Please state your name and address, please.
Anthony Nautilillo, 10 Colby Drive. I have a couple of points to make and then a question. So first of all, the marijuana laws, I believe, take effect in December. 2, Mr. Gorham, if I'm correct, I believe if a shop opens in town, the town receives, I think, 1% of all revenue on top of whatever the state does. So that's the benefit of putting it to the voters if they want it. My other question for Mr. Gorham, I know there's already an ordinance in effect prohibiting marijuana dispensaries or anything like that in town. Will that just be null and void because of the state law?
Typically answer questions.
Can you send that question in?
Yeah, if you could. Mr. Nautilillo, would you send that question in and we'll review it, please?
Yeah, because like I said, there is an ordinance already in effect saying no marijuana dispensaries can be in town. So that was just one of my questions, if that's just going to be null and void, which is fine, obviously, if that's what the people vote. Secondly, regarding Ms. Shockley's comments about the smell, I believe Councilwoman Ludwig and I have had discussion about odors from various things. I think there is stuff in zoning that regulates that and that would be addressed or could easily be addressed. And then finally, and I'm
Mr.
not
Nautilillo, a point of order. We've been talking about obnoxious odors coming from residents. Just for clarification for the council. Thank you.
Sorry.
Go ahead. Mr.
So
Nautilillo, this is public comment, so just please go through your list. Thank you.
Yep, that's it. So like I said, I don't know if that would apply or not, since it's already an existing ordinance. And then finally, if this budget doesn't pass, obviously we can't control, you guys can't control what happens on the school side. Has there been any thought given as to the potential negative ramifications on the municipal side and any impacts it may have, so I can try to obviously I want to try to get people out to vote, but I can also advise them of anything potentially negative of a reduction in services, if anything's been looked at by either Mr. Marchant or any council member in particular, because obviously it's going to be a problem if the budget fails.
Mr. Natalila, we don't usually respond to public comment, but the town council has not discussed if-and scenarios. We have not made any decisions. We do not want to use scare tactics. School committee is always accused of using scare tactics, that if you don't vote for this, we'll cut sports or we'll do something. We don't want to do that on the town side. We're all very positive that we have a very reasonable, well thought out budget, and we hope that the voters will come out and support the budget.
I agree. I hope they come out and support it too. And I obviously don't want to use scare tactics, but sometimes if people knew what they could lose, because they've never really lost any services, that could potentially alter somebody's vote. Other than that, I'm all set. Thank you for your time, and sorry you guys had to stay so late.
Well, thank you for hanging on so long with us. We appreciate it. Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, may I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
May I have a second? Roll call vote, Ms. Ludwig?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley? Mrs. Dickson? 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. The meeting is adjourned at 11:46 p.m. For those of you who are coming tomorrow night, town financial meeting, 7 p.m. in this room.